Present.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Thank you. And I'm here. That is 9 here with 1 absent. Thank you. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Bandima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner Horwitz?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes 9 in favor with 1 absent.
Commissioner Brooks is here.
Oh, thank you. Do you agree to reopen the meeting?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome, awesome. So that's all in favor. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. We will now have the moment of silence reading by Commissioner McFadden.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner James, for the shift, specifically because of one of our community members I happen to know quite well. So Anna Smith is her name. Started her career with City Schools on December 3rd, 2007, where she served the students for 14 years and 1 month as a guidance counselor, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle School, Booker T. Washington Middle, Frederick Douglass High School, NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy, and lastly, Forest Park High School. Ms. Smith unfortunately departed on December 16, 2021, and will be missed greatly by her family, friends, and City Schools staff. My condolences at heart go out to Ms. Darius Smith, her husband, and her son, and their entire family as well. Juwan Robinson was a junior at Edmondson High School. During his time at Edmondson Westside High School, Juwan was a respectable young man who would always stop to greet everyone. He was well liked by many students and had a close-knit group of friends that he would do anything for. When in the halls, his smile was bright and infectious. When you got into a deep conversation with Juwan, he would provide oversight that really made you think deeply. His smile, his kind heart, and persuasive thoughts will be truly missed around the halls and campus of Edmondson Westside High School. Damon Canada was a 9th grade scholar at Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy. Damon became part of the BDJ family during the 2018-2019 school year. Damon was excited about moving from middle school to the high school at BDJ. Damon showed an interest in robotics and enjoyed hands-on activities. Damon will be remembered for his infectious smile and his hearty appetite. Damon will be greatly missed by his family, friends, and the Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy school community. Tavon King was a 9th grader and scholar at Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy. Tavon became part of the BDJ family during the 2019-2020 school year. Tavon embedded himself in the BDJ school community as soon as he arrived at the school. Tavon enjoyed his English classes and he did very well in them. Tavon was also a lover of athletics and was looking forward to being a part of the BDJ athletic program. Tavon will be greatly missed by his family, friends, and the Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy school community. Jarrell Gomez was a 9th grade student at Digital Harbor High School. Jarrell was a magnetic young man whose quick-witted humor attracted new friends easily and added lots of laughter to their school community. A natural leader, Jarrell quickly earned the respect of his peers, his teachers, and his mentors. His smile and positive energy will be greatly missed. Bernard Thomas III attended Edmondson Westside High School for 9th and 10th grade before he transferred to another city school for the 21-22 school year. He was a quiet kind of guy who was fair and advocated for himself every day he came to school. Bernard would give his best effort in his favorite classes and communicated his needs very well. Those who were fortunate enough to get to know Bernard knew that he had a great sense of humor and a genuine smile that could light up a room. He had a passion for football and often talked about being the player that every school would want to recruit. Bernard will be greatly missed by his family, friends, and the Edmondson Westside High School family. Please join me in a moment of silence for our City Schools family members that have transitioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So moved, Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Is there a second?
Second, Chinya.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner Horowitz,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Abstaining due to absence.
Okay. Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am also in favor. That is 9 in favor with 1 abstention. The motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So
So
moved,
moved.
Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. Is there a second?
Second, Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Abstaining due to absence.
Mhm.
Okay. Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am in favor. That is 8 in favor with 1 abstention. The motion passes. Thank you. So happy New Year, everyone, and good evening and welcome back. I hope everyone had a restful winter break. This was a time to pause, rest, reflect, and connect with our families and those dear to our hearts. It is also a solemn time for some as they remember those who may no longer be with us. Our hearts are with you. The return to in-person learning has been challenging, to say the least. While many are excited to be back in school, I would be remiss if I did not address the angst and concerns shared by many of our families, students, and staff. Your concerns are understandable. The current COVID surge due to the Omicron variant, the changing CDC guidance, the last minute call to close many of our schools after break, and all of the information that we have to sift through to make the best decisions for our families have left many of us confused. We strongly believe that schools are the best place for student learning. We also believe it should occur safely. We see your questions and hear your concerns. Our school community, our students, families, community partners are valuable to us. What's important to you is important to us, and we are continuing to work with the CEO and district staff to ensure your issues are addressed. Thank you for your feedback. We encourage you to stay informed and active by visiting the district's website and social media information. Please continue to share your concerns and suggestions with us. And most importantly, please stay safe, wear masks, and make sure you're vaccinated and boosted. We appreciate your support. Is there a motion to approve the personnel, employment, and payroll report?
So moved, Reed.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Did she say yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner McFadden?
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am also in favor. That is 8 in favor with 1 abstention. The motion passes. I will now turn it over to Dr. Santelises for CEO comments.
Thank you, Chair Richardson. Good evening, everyone. As we all know, the post-holiday Omicron surge had a significant impact on our in-person learning schedule this week. We worked throughout the weekend really to analyze an immense amount of testing data, primarily pool testing results from our kindergarten through 8th grade schools, to really try to understand which of our schools would not be able to open for in-person learning on Monday. I realize that Sunday's notification to families whose schools had to temporarily shift to virtual learning did not provide sufficient notice for many families to adequately prepare their students for virtual instruction on Monday. And I understand that our inability to send out notices sooner also had a negative impact on the schools, school leaders, and school staff in nearly a third of our schools. For this and for every and any inconvenience or concern that resulted, I am truly sorry. These are very challenging times, and in our determination to make the best decision we can for our students, we sometimes fall short of that mark. This is one of those times when we inadvertently caused confusion and concern rather than clear communication. I realize that, I recognize our responsibility, and I resolve to do better. I also want to thank all of those staff who supported COVID-19 testing last week for students and staff, as well as those staff members who chose to be tested. This week, almost a third of our schools are shifting to virtual learning. That shift is temporary and limited to those schools where we did not have either enough staff to operate the building safely or enough supplies and staffing to administer testing. This is the sole criteria we use in making this decision. Can we safely and effectively maintain in-person instruction? That is our decision point because in-person instruction is the best option for our students. We are not considering a transition to virtual learning across the entire district. As long as we have staff to run our schools and test our staff and students, we will keep our doors open for classroom instruction. Thankfully, roughly 2/3 of our schools met that criteria this week, thanks partly to volunteers from our central office team who are also filling in to support schools where needed. People like Dr. Jenny Wu and Dr. Mark King, who supported student COVID testing at Utah Moshburn. Also people covering classes like Lori Lynn Sutton and Danielle Holland, as well as Adisa Taragoza, who all actually taught classes today for teachers who could not be present due to COVID and quarantining, as well as people like Kim Coleman and Tracy Durant and Jess Papia, who served at Mergenthaler High School, as well as leaders like Mona Kajawi and Teresa Jones, who actually helped with lunch duty, opening up milk cartons for elementary school students at lunch at Dickey Hill. These represent just a fraction of the central office staff that I want to thank for really being all hands on deck to make sure that as many young people as possible could benefit from in-person learning, and for supporting our school-based leaders and staff at a time when they need us most. This is a big job, and we can't do it without your trust, your help, and your support. That's why we are offering rapid testing and access to the vaccine and booster for our team. It's why we are resuming weekly testing that is larger than any testing regime in the state at our schools, and providing testing for central office employees. I myself went down for my weekly test today, and I'm very thankful that we work as part of an organization that provides ready access to tests at a time when tests are not always widely available. Omicron is spreading across our community, but we'll keep you safe by identifying positive cases, continuing mitigation, and taking preventative action to keep them out of our buildings. What we are doing will not be easy, but we've been here before. In March 2020, in August 2020, when we began to welcome students back, to August 2021, when we welcomed all students back to the classroom. We have proven time and time again that we can host students and staff safely, but this process is often difficult and never without its trials. We are constantly looking for ways to improve our processes, and one of the issues we have been studying is a way to reduce the number and length of absences due to quarantine for close contacts of those who test positive. It is now my pleasure to introduce Cleo Hirsch, our Executive Director for COVID Response, who will discuss how this new program will work. Cleo?
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'll just be running through a few brief slides on this new program. All right. Okay, so the information that I'm providing now only applies to K-8 schools. Our individual saliva-based PCR testing program will continue in our secondary schools and standalone middle schools. For our COVID-19 pool testing program, I'm going to share a brief update on how the program will shift. We believe this will streamline and improve the process, as well as get us faster identification of who in pools have COVID. So when a pool of students tests, we get a single result that says that COVID is present within that group of students. So when that result comes back, we will notify families and students will be invited back to school. When students return to school, they will receive an individual rapid test. Students who test negative will be able to remain in school, and students who test positive will quarantine. And the same process would apply, of course, to staff participating in pool testing. When we do this work, we will report the individual cases identified through the rapid test to the contact tracing team. They will reach out to the family of the impacted student and ask if that student and their siblings who are unvaccinated quarantine, and we will also share that information with the health department. Sometimes we identify cases outside of our weekly asymptomatic pool testing program. For example, a student might be in class and begin to feel ill, and they might go to the health suite, or students may stay home because they're not feeling well, and a parent or a guardian may choose to get a child tested outside of school. So those are symptomatic cases, and when we find out about those cases, they can occur on any day, not necessarily in line with the pool testing schedule. So for those cases, we must do contact tracing to determine if there are any students or staff in the school who established close contact with that student. Those folks would be provided an individual rapid test. And again, if you are negative, you will be able to remain in school. And if you are positive, you will quarantine. So while that contact tracing occurs, everyone will stay in school. And then we will use those rapid tests to quickly identify if any of the close contacts have been impacted. And then everyone will also be asked to, of course, participate in weekly testing the following week. And I hope you caught that because I'm getting a message saying bad network quality. Thank you. And that's it for my update, Dr. S. I hope you caught it. My network quality may have been poor.
It came through for me. Hopefully it came through for others. Cleo, thank you very much. And what we will do is we will have this posted to our website for those who might have not been able to follow completely, and for those who might want to refer back to it. So thank you very much, Cleo. Next, I am going to invite Sarah Deal, who is our acting Chief Human Capital Officer for this evening's PEP agenda. Sarah?
Good evening, everyone. I'll be reading the PEP. So it is recommended that LaWanda Johnson, currently social worker Matthew A. Henson Elementary, be appointed coordinator, school social work, related services, effective January 12th, 2022. Recommended that Susanna Wesh, currently education specialist 2, school counseling, pupil services, be appointed coordinator, school counseling, secondary services, effective January 12th, 2022. Recommended that Harriet Kofer, currently assistant principal, Leithwalk Elementary, be appointed interim principal, Vanguard Collegiate Middle School, effective January 12th through June 30th, 2022. Recommended that Stephanie Gross, currently assistant principal, Dr. Nathan A. Pitts Ashburton Elementary Middle, be appointed interim principal of Windsor Hill Elementary Middle, effective January 12th through June 30th, 2022. The CEO notifications: Michael Moss, currently Academy Principal, District of Columbia Public Schools, be appointed Director, Academic Recovery, Chief Academic Officer, effective January 18, 2022. Catherine Heather Nolan, currently Director, Knowledge Management Department, be appointed Director, Academic Recovery, Chief Academic Officer, effective January 31st, 2022. Sandy Jacobs, currently Principal, Education Council, District of Columbia, be appointed Executive Director, Strategic Resourcing and Financial Management, Chief Financial Officer, effective February 14th, 2022. Tracy Frazier, currently Education Associate 12-month, Principal Leadership Development, be appointed Director, Educator Pipelines and Induction, Principal Leadership Development, effective December 20th, 2021. Nicardo Smith, currently Chief of Operations, U.S. Army Garrison, be appointed Director, Contact Tracing, Chief of Staff, effective January 18th, 2022. And finally, Courtney Pate, currently Clinical Director, School-Based, Baltimore City Health Department, be appointed Director, COVID Testing, Chief of Staff, effective February 1st, 2022.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Much appreciated. And as is our custom, I will read more background on our principal appointees this evening. Stephanie Gross has successfully served city schools for 20 years as a classroom teacher, educational associate, and an assistant principal. After working in corporate America, Ms. Gross decided to take a leap of faith and follow her passion for working with children. Quote, "Every child deserves someone in their corner who sees and believes they have the potential to do anything they desire. I do this work to support students in believing in themselves." Ms. Gross holds a bachelor's degree from Howard University, a master's degree from University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and an educational specialist degree in curriculum and instruction from University of Phoenix. Congratulations, Acting Principal Gross. Next, Harik Kofer Sr., Harik, Kofer Sr. has been in Baltimore City Schools for 21 years, most recently serving as an assistant principal at Leith Walk Elementary School. Through the years, he has served as an assistant principal, math lead, behavior specialist, department head, and 9 years as a math teacher. A major in economics from Johns Hopkins University, Mr. Kofer was hired as a career changer to teach Algebra 1 in the middle of the school year at Lake Clifton. It turned out to be his calling and what he had been looking for. Quote, "The old me might have gotten the job done, but I have to be better for the learners and stakeholders who need to see a man of color actively reflect and improve." Mr. Kofer holds a bachelor's in economics and a master's degree from College of Notre Dame of Maryland in leadership and supervision. Congratulations and thank you, Principal Kofer. Finally, I want to let everyone know that tonight's celebration of the Mervo football team's championship has been postponed. We will celebrate both the Mervo Mustangs and the Dunbar Poets at a future meeting. In the meantime, congratulations to both of our state champions and their coaches, who were both recognized recently by the Baltimore Ravens. Thank you, and that concludes my comments for this evening. Back to you, Chair Richardson.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. We will now hear an information item on the 2022 capital raise opportunity. Just for point of clarification, the board will also be voting on this later in the meeting.
Commissioner Richardson, we can certainly go forward with this item. I just want to flag that we did invite the Maryland Stadium Authority to be here, but I told them it would be after public comment at 6:30, so I don't think they're here yet. So we can go forward with it. They just wouldn't be here to chime in.
This is David Wraith with the Stadium Authority. I'm
are
here if you wanted to do
great.
it now.
Great, thank you, David.
Perfect, thank you.
Allison, should I walk folks through the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen now. I think, Mr. Gant, is there a way you can let me present? There we go. And
Chief, you should already have privileges.
Yep, I found it. Can you see
okay.
my screen, Mr. Gant?
Not yet. Okay, now it's coming up, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Richardson, Vice Chair McFadden, and all board of the school commissioners. This is Chris Doherty, Chief Financial Officer, along with Chief of Staff Perkins Cohen. We have been looking at an innovative and exciting opportunity to raise some capital specifically for our high school efforts in the near term, most specifically Frederick Douglass High School. I will present the overview of the opportunity, and as Mr. David Wraith of the Maryland Stadium Authority has indicated, he's here as well to answer questions perhaps in more detail, as the opportunity was presented to us in concept by Mr. Wraith and his colleagues at the Maryland Stadium Authority. So first, a bit of context. As the board knows, and as the public, members of the public may know to some degree, we are engaged now in a high school redesign, rebuild, and replacement activities as part of our 21st Century Building Program project in partnership with the Maryland Stadium Authority. I think the wonderful number of new buildings and facilities that we've brought to life with MSA is now 24. But one area where we still have work to do is in our high schools. Our high school efforts are right now in the feasibility study phase. And most specifically, we're looking at 5 different schools, Baltimore City College, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, and Western High School, which share a campus, and also Frederick Douglass High School and Joseph C. Briscoe Academy, which also are co-located. And as we are in that feasibility study stage, we're looking at a potential cost shortfall of in the neighborhood of $200 million. Now, it's early days in the feasibility study, but that's a significant number. And in particular, with regard to Frederick Douglass High School, one of the early estimates for the cost of that high school to be executed the way we're imagining it is about $117 million. And in conversations with Maryland Stadium Authority and talking about this potential gap, they introduced to us a financing idea that we think is quite attractive. Specifically, they have proposed for consideration that they do, or that we collectively as a partnership do a couple of different things. First of all, using projected bond proceeds from current bonds, projected available cash, and certain project maturities, that the refunds on maturities, combined with a new type of bond, which is called a capital appreciation bond. MSA and we are contemplating a transaction which would generate about $117 million. That is an amount that one of the feasibility studies has come up with for a new redesigned and rebuilt Frederick Douglass High School. And it was aimed at that number. So the confluence of different funding activities was specifically aimed to try to get to that number of 117 million specifically for Frederick Douglass. So again, we've underlined in that second bullet some of it's basically pooling as much as we can together for funds and then adding a new bond to get to the number. A capital appreciation bond is a bond that earns interest annually, like I'd say almost all bonds do. But importantly, the interest is not paid until the end of the term. This would allow city schools to get the $117 million now aimed at the Frederick Douglass High School project, but we as a system would have no additional payment obligations other than when this new capital appreciation bond matures in 2051, and it'll be divided up so that some matures in 2051 and some matures in 2052, we would continue our annual contribution to the 21st Century project as we have been doing and as we will be doing now until 2050. So that is the bare bones of the deal, which again, to say it once one more time, it allows us to get the money that we would need for Frederick Douglass in the very near term. And then in exchange for extending our commitments, instead of the program's last payments being in 2050, which is already what we've signed up for, 2 more years would be added at the same in the same arrangement, and that would get us the necessary funds for Frederick Douglass. So I think we have one more slide. As currently envisioned, so it's conceptual stage. So these numbers should be seen as what they are, estimates on best information. But the capital appreciation bond interest would be about 2.85%. That's a low, the interest rate is what it is, but it's an attractive interest rate for what we would be getting in return. Also, as part of the 21st Century, our other partners, both the state, the Interagency Commission, and the City of Baltimore, the 21st Century group, would also have to commit to extending their payments out 2 more years in 2051 and 2052. And generally speaking, we would want to execute such an arrangement as soon as practicable, only because interest rates are now at a favorable rate. But as we all know, they're dynamic and can change, and it's historically still pretty low or very low interest rates. So with that as the once over lightly, and knowing that the MSA folks who have very helpfully proposed this idea are available, City Schools' request to the board is to seek approval to proceed as outlined, to investigate it more and go forward with the capital appreciation bond, which we would put together with the other available funds and get cracking when the feasibility studies and the like are finished with the Frederick Douglass High School renovation replacement project. And that's the brief overview of what we think is an appropriate and attractive opportunity to raise money for our high schools.
Thank you, Chief Doherty. Did the Stadium Authority, did they want to provide any additional information to the board at this point?
Commissioner McFadden, I think they were available for questions, but my understanding is they did not have a per se presentation. But since we were summarizing their idea, they agreed to make themselves available. Mr. Wraith, do I have that right, or are you ready to present something and I misspoke?
No, I don't have anything to present. That I was just here today to answer any questions that somebody may have with regards to the proposed financing.
I appreciate that. I see Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Roberts. I didn't know if you all had any specific thoughts or questions.
Yeah, I've been privy and I had the opportunity to look at some of the data from Chief Doherty. I guess the good thing about the situation is 117 million up front to help in terms of the renovations and improvements for Frederick Douglass High School. The back end is 52 million in terms of what you pay 30 years from now. So looking at the 117 up front and present valuing the 52 million, it looks like no such thing as free money, but it looks like almost 110 million in terms of money you can use now that have low risk to it in terms of the financial risk. Lower, as Chris Doherty talked, it's a low interest rate environment, so therefore the risk there is low. And it looks like we're in a rising interest rate environment. So it's going to be down the road this year and future years, rates should be higher, so the cost will be higher. In consultation with Chief Doherty and talking to the chair of the operations committee, Commissioner Roberts, Vernon Reed would like to recommend that the board consider approval for said funding for Frederick Douglass High School.
Commissioner Roberts, I appreciate that, Commissioner Reed. Thank you for that insight and that perspective. Commissioner Roberts, did you have anything to add? I see Dr. James's hand as well.
Vice Chair McFadden, I do not have anything to add. I do think that this is an amazing opportunity for the system to move forward with at this time. But other than that, I do not have anything else to contribute.
Thanks, Commissioner Roberts. Dr. James.
Thank you. Thanks to the Stadium Authority for the presentation and for Vernon and Chantel doing your due diligence to help support us on this decision. Two quick questions. One, Chief Doherty, is there any city contribution in the prior 21st Century Schools agreement? There was a city contribution component as well. Does that exist? And is there anything we should have brought to our attention around that? And then second, in consideration of the Built to Learn Act, will there be any possible negative consequences on acquiring other state funds if we move forward?
Thank you, Commissioner James. I will happily take the first, and I will gamely try the second, but possibly look to David or Allison for more. On the first one, yes, as you point out, the city is a committed partner as part of the 21st Century Building Program. They make annual contributions to that program, and as contemplated, they would continue to do so at their same rates. The shorthand is, I mean, by shorthand, I mean the city's committed to $20 million a year. We're committed to $20 million a year. It got with certain changes that happened after the MOU as to how things are counted and whether the bottle bill is part of it. That gets a little bit more involved. But to get to what I think is your first question, yes, the city, if this were to happen, the city would commit to making 2 more years of their current payments, as they are doing now, every year, as part of their part of the puzzle, like we do and like the state does. So they would have to continue doing that for 2 more years to the tune of $20 million. And as far as the implications on your second question of the Built to Learn Act, my feeling is, but David and Ms. Perkins-Cohen can weigh in, is that this would be under the auspices of the 21st century, right? So I think it would be treated like the all the previous work has been in the 21st century. So I think as part of that, I don't personally know of any negative knock-on effects with regard to the Built to Learn Act, because it would be kind of covered under the same umbrella as 21st century. But in that it is new, and this is the beginning of the process. I'm not sure I can say that completely confidently. Allison, do you have any thoughts?
So, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think it's the right question. One quick thing on the prior piece is, so yes, the city has to continue to pay for those 2 years. It's $20 million a year, as well as the state has to as well. So remember, yes, it's a three-way piece. So all 3 partners will keep paying in 51 and 52, in 2051 and 52. In terms of the resources from the state, we have certainly been in conversation with the state, as many jurisdictions have been. And I think you've seen in the news that other jurisdictions are also experiencing the cost of escalation that are happening as a result of the commodity issues and so on right now, and rising prices. And so we are continue to be in conversation with the state about the cost of that and needing their help in terms of helping close that. So those conversations are ongoing. I think this is part of a strategy, but we are in continuing conversation about whether there are other ways to help close that gap.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner James, did you have anything else? I see your hand is still up. Thanks, team, for the discussion and the presentation. Chief Doherty, it sounds like a great opportunity for us to maximize at this particular moment in time. So thank you all for that. Thank you, Chief Perkins-Cohen, as well, for your support with this. I'm turning it back over to our board chair.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden, and thank you, everyone. I will now review the consent agenda. Board colleagues, please let me know if you would like an item removed, and please state your question for the staff. I am going to pull 8.01 facility renaming request at Western High School basketball court, and 8.02 gifts and donations, 8.03 policy EBCD, delayed openings and emergency closings of schools, second reader, so that our student commissioner can vote on them. And for presentation on the board 2022 legislative platform, we will review items 8.04 through 8.26 in accordance with the script. So the consent items are as follows. 13.01, sustainable and non-sustainable cafeteria products. Could you help me look up there? All right. 15.01, Chilmar Corporation. 15.02, Design Collective, Inc. 15.03, Blue Triton Brands, Inc. 15.04, All-State Contractor, Inc. 16.01, Towson University. 18.01, Shaw Rosenthal LLP. And 8.27, 2022 Capital Raise Opportunity. Okay, thank you. We will now move to public comment. Speakers from recognized groups will have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. We have Jocelyn Providence representing the Baltimore Teachers Union. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Jocelyn Providence, and I'm a high school math teacher in Baltimore City. The main topics that I'll be discussing today are the state of our schools currently and the proposal to close schools. Sunday evening at about 7 p.m., about 12 hours or so before students and school staff were getting ready to head into school buildings, an alert was put on the Baltimore City website that 57 schools were to transition the next day to temporary virtual learning. How did we get here? We got here by people in power making decisions that did not incorporate the directly impacted, students, school staff, and families. December 22nd, President Brown of the BTU sent a letter to Dr. Santelises, Board Chair Richardson, and school board commissioners regarding the tremendous intensification of COVID transmissions and a plan for a temporary transition to virtual learning that would be planned, controlled, and would allow for students and school staff to test so that decisions could be made based on timely and accurate data. The BTU and parent-supported proposal was rejected. City College students also put together a petition and a planned proposal that involved a temporary shift to virtual learning after winter break because it would be, quote, pivotal in preventing family gathering and travel-related transmission to our students, staff, and teachers, end quote. 1,564 people signed their petition so far. This suggestion was rejected. I also spoke with students, school staff, families, and community members and collected my own data. The planned proposal that we came up with was results to return. Results to return would have allowed there to be a temperature check on the state of school buildings to find out how many school staff and students would test negative or positive for COVID before going back into school buildings so decisions could be made based on timely and accurate data. This suggestion was also rejected, even though about 84% of the 977 people agreed or strongly agreed with it. These people were staff, students, parents, and community members. PCAB also made similar suggestions in their December 31st letter sent to Baltimore City Schools leadership. Some of these suggestions were negative COVID results to return for staff and students, no more than a 24-hour lag between cases reported and the COVID dashboard being updated, a detailed account of how test positivity and quarantine information was communicated to staff and families, as well as COVID-19 testing protocols for upcoming breaks like spring break. When considering the impact of temporary shift to virtual learning, we must also acknowledge the negative impact of exposing students to a deadly virus could have on our students, school staff, and family. After consistently staying in our bubble, my fully vaccinated boosted husband and I, both of us Baltimore City teachers, as well as our infant son, who cannot be vaccinated, were infected by COVID the week before winter break. We will never get our son's first Christmas back, and we will never forget the nights we slept on the floor by his crib as he wheezed through the night through congestion and sickness. Our mild case left us unable to function for many days and took us until a couple of days ago to fully recover, So about 3 weeks. We know that Baltimore City has higher rates of asthma than the state average, especially among our youth. The health and wellness of our students, school staff, and families deserve to be respected and protected. Last week, we had 1 day of learning because the focus was only on in-person learning. However, if any of the previously suggested plans were used, students would have been on their 7th day of learning today instead of just their 3rd. There are so many questions that still need to be answered that school staff keep asking. Will COVID leave be extended to be used so school staff aren't exhausting their sick days? What are the accommodations for immunocompromised students and staff members? Why is there inconsistency on whether staff members should be getting tested or not? So many questions still need to be answered. Yes, this is a very complex issue with so many moving parts, but students, school staff, and families need to be a part of the decision-making process because we have the most on the line. Finally, I would like to close with a quick few remarks about the vote to close 4 Baltimore City schools. First, I am happy to hear that the vote has been postponed for next meeting, so the board will be able to meet with directly impacted people from those schools. A few additional points I would like to make is that there is no research that proves that permanent school closings are good for students. Also, what the state says is healthy, sustainable school enrollment number for budget and resource reasons is not more important than what families believe make a healthy and sustainable school, like lower class sizes, smaller schools promoting a sense of belonging, and individualized access. As was stated by multiple elected officials in schools are community anchors, especially in the Black butterfly. And it just seems backwards that in the pandemic, where the importance of mental health and wellness has been stated so much, that we would force school staff, families, and students to be involved in another trauma-inducing situation of closing of their school. Please listen and act on the demands of the Save Our School coalitions and all of the demands of students, school staff, and families. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Providence. Next, we have Larry Simmons representing the Parent Community Advisory Board.
Good evening. So Baltimore's Board of School Commissioners, can you hear me?
Give me 1 second. Is someone projecting a presentation? Want to be able to see our speaker. Give me 1 second, Larry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this.
Yeah, Commissioner Richardson, I think it's me, but I don't know how to get it off, actually. I don't know what's going on.
Is this the whiteboard?
I can't see anybody.
Is it the whiteboard?
Yeah.
It's the whiteboard.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm in the background trying to get rid of it. I don't know how to get.
I thought it was me, but okay, I don't know.
Darrell, I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you maybe disconnect and come back on?
Right.
And maybe that'll.
It doesn't say Darrell Brooks. It says Sabrina Sutton. Sabrina
Oh,
Sutton.
it says Sabrina Sutton.
Yeah.
I'm calling Sabrina right now, Commissioner Roberts. Sorry, Roberts.
Why don't you just go out and come back? It'll take a second.
Because it may not be Commissioner Brooks. We think it's a city school staff member. Okay, Larry, if you want to, there we go.
All right.
Thank you.
You ready? Yeah, good. So Baltimore's Board of School Commissioners, city school leadership, and elected officials have informed us that their priority is maximizing access for students to in-person learning. We at the Parent and Community Advisory Board agree that many students suffer learning loss and mental health detriments during extended periods of virtual instruction. However, this is not March of 2020. We now have access to vaccines and layered mitigation strategies that make our schools and our cities safer. But another key difference between now and March of 2020 is the current surge is both leading to peak hospitalization rates, including pediatric hospitalizations, far beyond what we saw 2 years ago. And it is also widely expected to peak and to subside in a matter of weeks. Those of us who asked for students and staff to go remote for 1 or 2 weeks did not ask for an indefinite closure, but a temporary pause for in-person in light of a surge that is unlike anything we've seen. Unfortunately, the district's actions to maximize access to in-person learning also take agency away from family members to protect their children from harm. In the words of one high school parent who voiced their concerns to PCAB, I quote, "You are in your offices while you expose thousands of teachers and students and their families to a dangerous virus. Many students are around elderly people and those with compromised immune systems, and you seem not to care. You offer no options, just in person," end quote. The lack of options are particularly troublesome in its equity implications for families. Those privileged few with work flexibility and emergency childcare resources are already enjoying options many of our families have no access to. Rather than taking a 1 or 2 week pause to focus on planning an equitable and safe in-person return for all students, we're hearing instead of well-resourced schools in Baltimore's more affluent neighborhoods, unsurprisingly being able to quickly navigate to ensure better outcomes for their students. For example, by being extended a virtual option at their school level, even though the district does not offer it, so families in those schools could opt to keep their children safe at home. We have also been informed of students at one well-resourced elementary school being offered individual PCR testing instead of pool testing, which if done district-wide would have spared countless COVID negative students from missing even more school after a wave of positive pool tests through 1/3 of Baltimore schools back to virtual after 1 day of in-person instruction, and sent many more students home to await individual PCR results, even if their school itself remained open. How many of our students who would most benefit from in-person instruction are at home under these circumstances, while most privileged continue to have greater access to testing and virtual learning thanks to this mad dash to open school during an unprecedented surge? On December 31st, PCAB sent Baltimore City Public Schools leadership the following recommendations as we prepare for school reopening after winter break. While the district has made commitments to families that include additional ways for families to submit COVID-19 consent forms, PCAB is requesting engagement and discussion around the remaining recommendations. 1, while the mayor's office has made efforts to ensure students are provided with KN94, KN95, or N95 masks, parents demand a level of transparency on how those masks will be distributed to schools and when. We ask that the district provide a count of how many high infiltration masks were obtained for the entire district post-winter break, and inventory details on which schools received what number of masks and future distribution plans. While a recommendation was to return to school on Monday, January 10th, giving ample time to receive COVID test results, students and staff returned to school for 1 day to then be told late on January 9th that over 60 schools would need to go virtual. Given the quarantine numbers we're now seeing in our district, we request the district to quarantine. We request the district to determine which testing types are most effective at identifying contagious individuals, including students, teachers, staff, and others, and report back to this board. There are questions around the reporting accuracy of the COVID-19 case tracker dashboard. PCAB asked that the leadership guarantees no more than a 24-hour lag between a case reported and when it is updated to the dashboard. We asked for a detailed written account of how test positivity and quarantine information are communicated to staff and families, including internal auditing procedures to ensure these critical communications are timely to prevent further spread and encourage early treatment. We will work to share this information with families. As we prepare for the break ahead, we ask for a strategy on equitable COVID-19 testing protocols that include a testing strategy for the following calendar academic break periods that exceed 4 business days: spring break, summer break, Thanksgiving, and winter break. We again ask that the district not only test faculty, staff, and students, but require all faculty, staff, and students to provide a negative result before entering for in-person learning. We ask that we have this presented strategy by Friday, February 4th. City Schools family aren't asking for miracles, they're asking for respect, effective communication, options that allow all students to receive an education during all facets of this pandemic, and COVID protocols that include a testing strategy that evolves as variants evolve. Our families deserve to feel like partners in their students' education. They deserve respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And apologies again for the technical glitch there earlier. Next, we have Carl Perry, representing the Public School Administrators and Supervisors Association.
Good evening and Happy New Year, Madam Chair, Vice Chair McFadden, fellow commissioners, and Dr. Santelises. I'm not here tonight to talk about COVID and the many challenges it's brought to us, from testing to contact tracing, late notification of positive cases, virtual versus in-person, attendance and achievement drops, guilt, stress, or fear. You know, medical workers have the expectation that they become ill due to their profession, but now educators are expected to anticipate the same. Further discussion will take place with district leadership soon. I'm here tonight to discuss the delayed opening and emergency closure schools policies updates. We have 2 points to emphasize. When making these closure decisions, please do so in a timely manner. Last week, many employees arrived when the decision to work remotely for central office was finally announced. They were already there. They trudged through the snow and the ice. Please consider employee safety along with student safety as we travel the same slick roads. In addition, we all work remotely for more than a year. So principals, though very essential, need to be removed from the on-time list and permitted to work remotely and use their leave. The notion used to be that principals had to arrive in case children didn't receive notification or reported to school for food. With social media and more timely notification, this won't be the case, as it has not been for many, many years. Please respect school leaders, as we should not be expected to report to ensure walkways have been cleared and parking lots. There are facilities teams out here that need to move about the district and ensure this is happening. They are the ones clearing the lots anyway. To sit in your building and look outside of a window and make sure that the walkway is clear, that's a disrespectful thing for administrators. That needs to change. Thank you for your time, and please be safe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. As always, thank you. Finally, we have Zen Gordon, representing the Associated Student Congress for Baltimore City.
Oh, hi everyone. Can everyone hear me? Just hope that I'm not glitching out.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you. In case I glitch out, please let me know. I have my phone beside me so I can switch. Okay, so I'll just start on. Good evening, everyone. My name is Zen. I'm president of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City, and we'll be sharing our various ideas today. First of all, thank you all so much for really having this board meeting today. It really means a lot to us because the fact that you're all here trying to help us make our lives better, it really means a lot. And to go on, we're just here to voice our concerns, and we want to help. We really want to help as much as we can. A lot of schools are really going online because of the surge of the Omicron variant, but this has not been district-wide. The district's position is that in-person learning is favored since the schools have consistent rapid tests available for students. Schools not only have better, they not only provide better education face-to-face, but they are our second home. But today, we want to draw attention to the idea of mandatory testing. Thank you all for trying to respect our freedom and choices, but for this point in time, we need to be all together on this. If one of us isn't tested and that person has COVID, well, then many more will suffer. To protect the mental health and to really make sure that the students are in person don't have COVID, that'll help prevent fear when we interact. The policies we have now were helpful before this new year, but now with the Omicron variant, things have changed. COVID isn't just a sickness that you all suffer from temporarily. The CDC stated that children will have a risk of conditions like type 1 and type 2 diabetes, as well as the MISC, which is a rare disease that causes inflammation in the heart, lungs, kidneys, brain, skin, eyes, or gastrointestinal organs. And we want to avoid such complications if possible. Though there is a contact tracing in the district, we feel that we can do more to improve it. We would like to know when those were in contact with have COVID. Many of our friends caught COVID, and we didn't know about that until they told us themselves. We are in this together as a team. And if we're not synchronized, well, our whole defense will crumble. If we learned this valuable lesson from none other than the Baltimore City schools. If we can't pursue mandatory testing, then we should also have the option of virtual learning. If we pursue giving people the choice to test for COVID or not, then others should have the choice to not come into person to suffer the consequences that they didn't choose. And at this point, I'd like to go over and read a letter by my dear friend, Ethan. So, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Ethan, and I'm the treasurer of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore. And most importantly, I'm a sophomore of the Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. In recent days, the Omicron strain has devastated our school system. Last afternoon, my school sent out an email to our parents informing us that 61 students have been infected in the last week, making something nearing 8% of the student body actively infected with COVID-19. I wouldn't comment on the merits of returning to virtual learning because of the CEO of the city schools and other important individuals have made it clear that this is not on the table. But independent of that specific policy, there are a number of steps that this board can take to protect the student body and school staff and delay the spread of the Omicron variant. As the Baltimore Teachers Union has recommended, a tangible first step would be the remodulation of consent forms for weekly testing from an opt-in process to an opt-out process, a decision numerous other school districts have taken, like Washington, D.C. While the rise of the cases have incentivized a number of students to submit these consent forms and seek testing for the first time, the inconvenience presented by processing the paperwork remains a logistical barrier that might disincentivize students from seeking the weekly testing. Furthermore, utilizing the district resources to provide high filtration masks for students would likewise be a positive step. As our health authorities have cautioned, cotton masks are not sufficient in stopping community transmission. With the help of the public and our health commissioner, the Baltimore Teachers Union have already procured tens of thousands of locally produced masks, helping protect students in need and benefit the local economy. The district could follow this model to help close the resource gap for Baltimore's large population of students below the poverty line who cannot afford high filtration masks. At this time, Omicron continues to advance across the student body and the city writ large, and the valiant efforts of our public health officials notwithstanding. As both a student government official, but more importantly, a well-meaning sophomore who walks into the classroom every day, I must express my acute irritation. Each and every one of the three measures I've opined before you all should, in fact, frankly, have been measures taken days ago. And despite the student body, faculty, and staff now returning to the classrooms in person this week, the pandemic stops for no one and will not be merciful on inaction, delay, and effective response. I ask that this board conduct a thorough and all-encompassing review of potential upgrades to existing COVID-19 guidelines for the safety of our students, staff, and parents. Thank you. And we just want to say we love you all and thank you all so much for your time today. And if there's anything we can help you with, please let us know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gordon. Thank you. I will now turn it over to our board executive for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first comment is from Tori Grace, which I'll now read. Good evening, Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. My name is Tori Grace, and I am the Secretary of the Youth as Resources Board of Directors. YAR has been organizing our peers and adult allies around school police issues since 2014. Recently, we have been working to get information around Go Guardian and mental health alerts. We are concerned about the district's strategy of having police officers responding to mental health crises after school hours. We originally submitted public comment on October 26th. We are recommending the reallocation of resources for an approach that does not involve law enforcement and identifying resources that are more suited in traumatic situations. We are renewing our request for information and data around the following. How do you track data for interventions, both school police and counselors? How many interventions have school police made last year and this school year to date? What were the outcomes? What training do school police get to qualify them to respond to youth in a potential mental health crisis? What triggers an intervention? Words, phrases? If the city is setting up a system to send mental health professionals to intervene in mental health crises through limiting the role of the police, why is the school system not considered the same kind of strategy? This request for information was generated and presented at the meeting with the district in November. That meeting included YAR organizers / task force, other YAR youth board members, 35 additional youth representing 7 other youth organizations. There were another 10 to 15 adults representing another 6 advocacy organizations and agencies. We followed up with the request before and during a smaller meeting in December, and with 2 subsequent emails this month. We look forward to receiving this information and data requested as soon as you can. Once we review the information, the district has agreed to a follow-up meeting. We are requesting that the meeting include school board commissioners. Thank you for your time. You can contact me, and she has her contact information. Next, we have an email from Autumn Peth. I am extremely disappointed in the level of communication. We received an email at 11 p.m. that our son would be virtual the following day. For privileged families, this is a minor inconvenience. I can work from home or easily take off without repercussions. For single parent households or families who cannot call off from work, this could be economically devastating. We are failing families and failing the education and mental health of our students. Students are safe in school and their mental health is better supported with healthy social interactions. In September 2021, the National Institute of Mental Health released an article by NIMH Director Dr. Joshua Gordon and Dr. Rachel Levine, Assistant Secretary for Health, Department of Health and Human Services, regarding the impact on mental health for American children, stating, children from minoritized and underserved communities hardest hit by the pandemic are likely feeling the greatest impacts. For some youth, these impacts will be significant. The cumulative effects of these stressful experiences, especially combined with other adverse childhood experiences, can pose serious risk to children's mental health. Emerging data from the pandemic suggests that many children are experiencing an increase in stress and other mental health concerns, including symptoms of anxiety and depression. 2 years ago, my husband and I planned to raise our kids through high school in the city. We advocated for city schools and even served organizations supporting city families. Sadly, after the experience with city schools and the burden of policies that are placed on our family, we made the difficult decision to leave the place we have called home for 14 years. We have spoken to families who are making the same decision or are moving their children to private school where they can ensure a productive educational environment. Baltimore City has taken every reasonable precaution with pool testing, diligent use of PPE and quarantine protocols. Baltimore City Schools is accounted for risk and mitigated to the best of its ability, but are failing to mitigate the risk to the mental health of our students. The lasting effects of that failure will be felt long after the pandemic is deemed over. I'm asking you to do what is in the best interest of students, a population largely unimpacted by the severity of COVID, and ensure an option is available for students who thrive through in-person learning and better universal communication to families. That was Autumn Peth. Next is Lindsay Jones. Good evening. As an immunosuppressed parent with multiple comorbidities, I'm very worried about my children contracting COVID at school and bringing it home to me. It is evident that community spread is like wildfire, and we have to assume that the same is true in our schools. Every school should be tested virtual this week, and students should not return to school buildings until the district can ensure that everyone, students and staff, have a rapid antigen test that morning. Testing needs to move to an opt-out model instead of opt-in. It is imperative that everyone get tested frequently, not just unvaccinated people. What I want to hear from the district is we are committed to the safety of our staff and students, and because of this, we're requiring everyone to take a rapid test upon entry of the building. You need to swab your throat and both nostrils. This will ensure the highest likelihood of the test catching a true positive for the Omicron variant. Weekly PCR testing will also be required for those who haven't had COVID in the last 90 days. N95, KN95, or KF94 mask need to be worn at all times inside the buildings. If you don't have one, we will provide you one. We are committed to having students in school for instruction as much as possible, and the only way we can make this safe are by requiring high filtration masks and more frequent rapid testing. Thank you, Lindsay Jones, MS, DABR, Medical Physics. Okay, next, another email from Tom and Brianne Brinkley, to whom it may concern. We are writing this email to express our major concerns regarding a number of issues related to how the city schools have handled COVID response for our children. My husband and I have 2 daughters, now in 1st and 2nd grade, and haven't ever had a consistent year yet. Not only am I concerned for my children, but all children attending city schools, especially those less fortunate that don't have the means that other families do to provide and supplement the missing academic and social emotional support needed for missing so much school, which is still not enough. Below highlight our concerns. Many children are struggling to make academic, many below grade level, and social emotional progress since being out of school since March 2020 due to no consistency in structure at school. City schools failing to effectively communicate in a timely manner pool testing results, thus putting parents at a disadvantage to find childcare. families following all district COVID guidelines just to get another set of unrealistic guidelines impacting the children not being able to go to school for in-person instruction. Unclear timelines for quarantining across the district. Many families have pulled their children out of public schools so they can send them to private schools solely because they are conducting in-person instruction while others do not have the means to do this. COVID district policies being implemented in the city schools do not match what is being recommended by the CDC. Example, 5-day quarantine versus previous 10-day. Further restricting students being able to be in person and learning. Students who were strongly encouraged to get fully vaccinated do so for the district to turn around after winter break to then say they need to quarantine if in a positive pool, instead of returning to in-person instruction awaiting individual PCR tests, again, missing in-person instruction. Students in underserved communities don't have a voice and have been out of school for more than 2 years, which I'm sure increases crime and further puts those individuals at a disadvantage. Ultimately, we want these children to be in school. Enough is enough. Stop contact tracing and/or pool testing. Let the children wear a mask and return to consistent, structured in-person learning. Sincerely, Tom and Brianne Brinkley. Next, we have a live comment from Jordan Steele. Jordan, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm the parent of a vaccinated kindergartner in city schools, and I'm speaking out to express my encouragement that the school system do everything it can to remain open and in person for the spring semester. Conversely, I want to express my distinct displeasure at the decision to move to virtual instruction this week, and I also respectfully disagree with the position of the Baltimore Teachers Union and PCAB that a quote temporary pause to in-person learning is warranted or wise. Virtual instruction has been widely discredited, and its negative effects have fallen disproportionately on at-risk youth, which make up a substantial percentage of city school students. At the same time, there is encouraging public health data if we as parents, teachers, and city school staff choose to, quote, follow the science, as we have purported to wish to do since the pandemic began. So I ask that we set aside anecdotes of worst-case scenarios, however distressing those may be on an individual level, and consider the following facts. And I say this as someone whose unvaccinated 3-year-old had COVID definitely once and likely another time before testing became widely available. So here's some facts. Vaccines have been widely available to the overwhelming majority of city school students since November and are established to protect us against severe illness. The Omicron variant is milder than previous variants, and hospitalizations of vaccinated individuals have not increased since Omicron became the dominant variant. Again, hospitalizations of vaccinated individuals have not increased since Omicron became the dominant variant. All variants have been proven to show much milder symptoms in children than adults, whether kids are vaccinated or not. Again, my kid is vaccinated. Perhaps most important, as the CDC documented in a report last month, there is little evidence that schools are major incubators of COVID or are major sources of community spread. So to challenge a familiar refrain, sending our kids to school will not, quote, overwhelm the hospitals. Our priorities as a society have seriously gotten out of whack. We've essentially decided that it's acceptable to harm children with the disruptive and damaging impact of virtual instruction and school closures in order to protect adults who choose not to be vaccinated. I urge city schools to adopt a rational risk tolerance model that weighs the enormous benefits of in-person instruction versus the negligible health and safety risks that Omicron presents. I don't need our school to protect our son from COVID. I need it to educate and socialize him in a nurturing, stimulating, and stable environment in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. All right, moving back. Our next public comment is from Jacqueline Stone, which is also an email. Oh, it was, okay. Hello, I'm Jacqueline Stone. My 3 children attend Thomas Johnson Elementary / Middle School. The impact of my children being in and out of school, mostly out, for the past 20 months has been nothing short of devastating. Virtual learning for three kids required that I stop working almost entirely in 2021. My two older children lost vital social skills that helped them with impulse control and led to anger and dangerous outbursts. My youngest expressed daily sadness in not being able to see her teachers or peers. Thousands of dollars of therapy did almost nothing. But summer camp in 2021 and a return to school in September brought my kids back to life. Since October, my kids have been in and out of long quarantine periods due to constant asymptomatic testing that showed positive cases of COVID among asymptomatic or mildly ill children. My children have all been assessed at above grade level, aren't at all stimulated or learning much on any virtual platform. One of my kids can't handle seeing his friends and teachers on Zoom. It's both disruptive and upsetting. My oldest child, who became afraid of people, was terrified to return to school in September and is now showing signs of struggling in person after basically being without school since mid-December due to random days off and long quarantines. When my children were positive with COVID, finally, in December, it was anticlimactic to say the least. They had a mild headache for a day. This is the experience most have with this virus that doesn't hurt the vast majority of children. It's clear that BCPS can't control COVID spread, and why should it be able to? The virus is endemic all over the world. The idea that constantly testing will somehow contain this is comical. Protocols that keep children out of school are senseless. Protocols to keep kids safe do not include avoiding an endemic virus. The responsibility of BCPS is to provide a learning environment where children can thrive. Schools provide food and shelter for the children affected by poverty and isolation, which unfortunately is many in the city. If children could vote, they would be your constituents. As your constituents, it is your responsibility to represent them to the best of your ability. Virtual learning is a failure. It does not meet the social, cognitive, or psychological needs of your constituents. Do not fail the small people that can't vote by keeping them out of school. If you really want to keep them safe, number one, keep schools open. Number two, stop the asymptomatic testing and instead test the sick. Best, Jacqueline Stone. Next, we have an email from Matthew Schlesinger, excuse me. Our children need to be in school. The COVID policies the school district is employing to help keep our children out of school are harmful to the students and families. Specifically, your quarantine rules seem arbitrary, do not appear in line with state guidelines, and have caused considerable confusion to many parents who want nothing other than to know their children have access to a good education. We deserve better policies, one that promotes schools staying open and getting children back to school more quickly. Our current testing pool protocols have the ability to keep classrooms closed and healthy students home in perpetuity. This is wrong. The harm caused by keeping our children away from an in-person learning experience and isolated from their friends is real. The true impact of this may not be measurable for years, but it'll be far greater than the impact than the actual virus. We cannot stop the spread or eliminate COVID. We cannot quarantine it out of existence. All we can do is learn to live with the virus, and a key element of this comes at the school level. We need better policies around how to educate through the pandemic, not hope to sidestep it. We've tried that for far too long with no results. I welcome any discussion that comes from this email and will gladly share more detailed thoughts if asked. Sincerely, Matthew Schlesinger. And next, we have an email from Ellen Kraus. She's parent of a second grader at Thomas Johnson. Hello. Wait, I'm sorry. I believe I read this one. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, never mind. As a supporter and advocate of BCPSS and advocate for public schools, I admit that I am disappointed. And this is from Ellen Kraus again. I'm disappointed with the communication or lack thereof from the administration during this tenuous time. Parents across the city, as observed throughout various social media channels, have wondered why there was no plan in place to react to the upswing in positive COVID cases post-winter break that are currently showing up throughout our schools. At least this is the perception. We all knew what was coming. The more and more individuals would be and are testing positive, and more pools would test positive. The current perception is that none of this was discussed among any of the leaders of the community and/or decision makers. We received our first email from our principal at 10 p.m. Sunday night with a plan for how to proceed this week. I do not fault our local school leadership. They have been extremely communicative with every directive they received immediately after they heard from the school administration at the central office. Please share any specifics about plans going forward. When there's a high prevalence of the virus showing up in the community and at individual schools, what is the contingency plan or the threshold for going virtual or going back to school in person? Will there be a plan to shorten the quarantine for asymptomatic students? Is there a plan to mandate vaccines? We are all trying to be extremely empathetic and understanding, but after 2 years of this, we ought to, at a minimum, have contingency plans in place at times like this. Many of us cannot quickly change our schedules or seek out childcare at a moment's notice. Never mind the mental health implications these ad hoc decisions have on our children. Thank you for your transparency and guidance, Ellen. And our final public comment from the night is from Capucine Wilson, also of Thomas Johnson Elementary School. Good afternoon. I am reaching out to express to all how important it is for my children to attend in-person schooling. I'm at a loss of words, sleep, and mind at this juncture that 2 years into this pandemic, we are faced with this dilemma. My children struggled immensely during the first year, March 2020 through summer of 2021, doing virtual learning. I have a 6-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter, and their social and emotional development staying at home throughout that time was damaging, to say the least. To think that we are even discussing going virtual after the mass population has done their part, vaccinated adults, and many children have as well, is a disappointment. My children do not effectively learn the necessary things virtually. Not that it matters, because every children will pass again as they did year one. At this juncture, parents need reassurance that they will have a strong enough school system to persevere through these difficult times. Dr. Santelisa's efforts are commendable, and I pray that she continues her guidance and determination to keep these schools open. We have to be able to continue teaching our children in person through this variant, as science has proven thus far that this variant is more mild than the previous Delta and thus should be handled in a more flexible manner. The CDC has reduced their quarantine times from 10 to 5 with supporting evidence. CDC also promotes keeping children in school with precautions such as masking and thorough cleaning and social distancing. Finally, I have anxiety, as I can imagine many other parents have, trying to keep up with the communication, lack of inconsistent protocol and guidance, along with the change of protocol/guidance with no reasoning or rationale. Many of us had to stop working altogether to keep up with the loose leadership from the ground up in an effort to get our children safely through an education. Our Baltimore City families have the right to expect that our children get a decent, well-rounded education. If families want to keep their children home and virtual school them, they should have that choice. But if other parents want to send their children to school and have them in person learn, we should also have that choice. At this point, the inconsistent, loose, inflexible, and derailed approach to testing and school guidelines altogether have made it impossible to give our children stability. Below are a few questions I would like addressed. Number 1, why are we not following CDC guidelines to quarantine 5 days rather than 10 in Baltimore City? Number 2, why are we not following CDC guidelines to continue in-person learning when it is strongly recommended by the CDC? Number 3, how is the testing method we currently use, pool testing, if positive, everyone quarantines for 10 days until all individuals have PCR negative tests, or they find the positive piece, effective in keeping our children in school? Please also provide data on false positive situations in pool testing. I implore you to recognize the opportunity we have as a mass to make the situation better and stave off the temptation of simply going virtual. This is bigger than just the moment. May our leaders involved please do the right thing and keep these schools open. God bless all you do, and thank you for your efforts, kindness, and love, Cap Wilson. Madam Chair, that is it for public comment. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gantz, I'm sorry, Mr. Gant. I want to go back to our consent agenda. And I wanted to ask our student commissioner, do you have any questions or any comments?
I do not have any questions, but I do agree that we should do opt-in because it allows more people to get tested. And I do agree with Zen that I do believe all students should get vaccinated, and that currently the medical and religious exemptions is not ethical and does not keep people safe in the way it should.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. I appreciate it. And to my other fellow commissioners, based on public comments, are there any additional items that board members would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Chair Richardson,
Yes.
I would like to pull item 8.03, policy EBCD, delay openings and emergency closings of school second reader for a vote.
Okay, we're pulling for a vote. Okay. So anyone else before? Do we have any hands up? Okay. Is there a motion then to approve items 8.01 and 8.02?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Wait a minute, I'm doing this wrong. We're voting for those.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So moved by Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks? Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner Horwitz?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. And I am in favor. I want to circle back and see if Commissioner Brooks is still with us.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in favor, or should I keep going with oppose or abstain?
I'm in favor.
Okay, you're in favor. All right. So that motion passes, all in favor. Is there a motion for item 8.03? Motion to approve item 8.03.
So move. Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. Is there a second?
Second, Chinya.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Horwitz?
Abstain.
Abstain. Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
No, and Madam Chair, I'd like to explain. I think that we can give more time to consider what we've heard from Pizzazz, our union, in regards to how administrative staff is used as we consider delayed openings. I mentioned this in prior meetings, so just want to make sure that the record reflects that no for me.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
He said yes. Okay. Commissioner Roberts?
No.
Okay. I am in favor. We have 6 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention. The motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the procurement items 13.01, 15.01 through 15.04, 16.01, and 18.01?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, this is Christian from upstairs. Also 8.27.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Can I come back? Oh, I'll add that to the list that I just listed, right? Okay. So let's add 18.27. Remember, that is the capital raise conversation we had earlier.
Yeah, just
is there
8.27, just for the record, 8.27.
8.27. Yeah. Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Reed.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. That's who I heard. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am also in favor. That is 8 in favor with 1 abstention. The motion passes. We will now transition to the annual review items, and I will turn it over to the Office of New Initiatives.
All right. Good evening, Board of School Commissioners. So tonight we're going to present on the annual review recommendations for a vote. Go to the next slide.
Oh, you know, man, no way on this call.
No way.
No way. It's all over the fucking show.
Someone needs to mute, who's not muted, Miss Alvarez. I think that
Thank you.
that was Councilman Stokes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Alvarez.
Thank you. So this work is aligned to board priority number 5, that city schools will provide equal access to district services, resources, and facilities to ensure the success of students, staff, and the surrounding community. It's also aligned to our goal and vision that every student receive a high-quality educational experience that supports their learning and personal growth, where they can thrive and graduate from our high schools with everything they need to be successful in college, their careers, and wherever their dreams may take them. In this review, we are looking at a lot of different information to help make the best recommendations to the board to solve real challenges that we've been under as a district. Many of the recommendations have a lot of different factors that go into them. And so we're trying to make sure that we understand what's happening academically within our schools, both from a performance outcome understanding, but also what we're able to offer academically to students. We're looking at the climate indicators like suspensions, attendance, school survey results, but also, again, our ability to provide strong climate supports within schools to create those healthy culture and restorative environments that we want within our schools. We're looking at access, quality, and distribution of our programming, and in assessing whether student populations are being equitably served, both from a geographic standpoint, but also from a different student group perspective. We're looking at school enrollment and school size. That impacts that directly. We fund schools and the state funds us on schools on a per pupil basis. So the size of schools directly impacts the ability to provide programming to students. And so when students are undersized, not small, but undersized, it really does impact the experience of our students and what kind of education we're providing to them. We look at building utilization and the condition of our facilities. As many people know, we have the oldest infrastructure in the state. We are happy to be having the 21st Century Buildings Plan and implementing that and being very strategic in how we use additional resources that come our way so that it impacts the most students as possible and that we meet the needs of our student populations. but those facility conditions are a real challenge for us as a district and continue to be a challenge. We're in the process of implementing actions necessary for the 21st Century School Buildings Plan. And tonight, we're going to be considering our schools that are up for renewal. There are 14 of them that we'll be reviewing tonight. So we've been implementing a 21st Century Buildings Plan. We, started off with a really bold idea back in 2010, 11, when the initial framework for that plan was first released through the Jacob study, and then the report itself in school year 12-13. We prioritized communities that were underserved, where we knew we would have to close and merge school communities to be the first schools to receive funding of the 21st Century Plan, as well as school communities where we had severe overcrowding. And that allowed us to do 28 buildings, 32 school communities touched by the original set of funding. In school year 2021, we've opened 8 new schools with 3 new ones set to open. One that opened in January, another 2 set to open this summer. And so these are the list of those 8 schools that have our 8 buildings that open. And so you see the list of those schools that opened in 2021. And you can see they're throughout the district. And then these are the remaining schools that would be open in school year 2022. So you see Northwood, Highlandtown, and Montebello. This means that 25 school buildings, when Montebello finishes, will have been completed and opened in the 21st Century Buildings Plan. The other thing that we thought was important to give an update on is, we've been looking at how we support our schools when we're dealing with severe challenges around enrollment and bringing school communities and what's happened. We've heard a lot of questions about that during this process, so we thought it might be important to sort of give an update on what has happened with school communities that have gone through that transition process since we've been using this more robust process and working with community over a sustained period of time. So last year, we combined Mary Ann Winterling with the Lockerman-Bundy community to form a new school community. The result of that is their enrollment increased by 51%. And it's made a big difference in what the school's been able to offer students. Now students can have art, music, drama, and physical education more frequently. They've also been able to maintain that partnership with Fort Kids, which gives students access to orchestra music lessons. They've increased their staff, adding more teachers as well as a librarian, and now have a full admin team, meaning not only do they have a principal, but they have an assistant principal, an educational associate, and an interventionist specialist. The school leader shared, Principal Hillmiller shared that, for the first time, there are other people to help with the decision-making within the school, to lead committees, to do the work that's needed, and the impact that collaborative planning. Now teachers have other teachers in the building teaching the same content, which is improving practice within the schools, because they have colleagues to work with, and students are able to work with students in other classes. So it's really changed the way the school works. They're now able to offer collaborative planning every week for that 90-minute period instead of the only every 2 weeks that they did before. And again, it was not very collaborative, right? Because there weren't other people teaching the same content for the teachers to meet with. They've been able to offer several different kinds of tutoring programming. Springboard, which started in the summer, FAV Tutors, which is happening now for students in grades 3 through 5, amplified tutoring for grades K through 4. They were able to get, with the support of our partner, the services of the ACOBIN to do deep professional development with the staff around restorative practice. And we've been able to make facilities improvements to further improve the experience of students. And some of those include the creation of additional classrooms, office spaces, and small group spaces. The school also received a grant for outdoor classroom and learning spaces, upgraded lighting throughout the entire building. All the chalkboards were replaced with whiteboards. All the group bathrooms were renovated. We were able to create a general gender-neutral bathroom. And there's more renovations set to happen. So when schools go through these transitions, we continue to keep them on lists for other ways that we can support or deepen the work that we're doing through partners or through other funding opportunities that come forward. At Park Heights Academy, where they combined with the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary Middle School, the elementary students became part of the Park Heights community, and so their enrollment increased by 26%. Middle grades combined with Pimlico, so we'll look at that in a second, but I'm going to stay here for a second. What's happened since then is Park Heights is now an intensive literacy site, so that comes with the support of a literacy coach, again, deeper practice and improved practice school. They're, again, similar to Marion Winterling, able to offer art, music, dance, and PE more frequently, with each grade level having at least 3 resources. And so we're talking like, throughout the week, every day, having a different elective. They were also able to hire more teachers and have more of that collaborative planning. And they were able to afford and get approved through the application process to become an opportunity culture school. And so that's supporting the math instruction. This is a national model where teacher coaches who have demonstrated high growth student learning coach other teachers that they work with in a building, and it leads to improved practice and improved outcomes. And so they're now, with those increased resources, able to leverage that support and be an opportunity culture school. They've also received quite a bit of facilities improvements. You see pictured here their new Kaboom playground, as well as a mural that was painted. They got new HVAC. They got painting within the building, new lighting, floor tile replacement. The Heart of America Ravens and the Baltimore Tree Trust also created an outdoor classroom area, a Zen garden, and a peace meditation room. And in this coming in 2022, they'll have a Weinberg Library transformation. As I shared with that closure of MLK, the middle grade students got rezoned to Pimlico. And so Pimlico increased by 19%, so split between those two schools. And this means middle school students, Pimlico had one of our smallest middle schools, middle grades. It was one of those ones that, was about 100 middle grade students. So they were not able to afford to offer a real middle grades experience. At Pimlico, students not only get the regular electives that I've been sharing about, like visual arts, drama, PE, and music, but they also are able to participate in specialized programming that's afforded within the school. That's a middle grades health science program. That's a pre-CTE program supported by LifeBridge Sinai Hospital, where students take advanced science courses related to medical health fields. It's one of the few pre-CTE programs for middle grade students that exist in the state currently. I know Kerwin will have us looking to do more of these kind of programs throughout, but there's very few of them, and Pimlico is one of them. And so now eligible students can participate within that. It also has a communications program where students are able to use that multimedia lab and the video equipment to learn video production. They also have a Food for Life program where students learn to prepare healthy foods. In the spring, they're going to also learn how to grow the healthy foods that they're cooking and preparing. It also offers a full complement of sports: flag football, volleyball, basketball, track, baseball, and extracurriculars like the gardening club, Girls on the Run, Leaders Go Places, the LGBTQ club, SGA, debate, and restorative practices for youth ambassadors. And then finally, Sandtown Winchester Academy, which formed when we closed Gilmore Elementary and combined it with Penderhughes to form the Sandtown Winchester Achievement Academy, or SWAY. Their enrollment increased by 37%. After that merger, they became a community school and intensive literacy site, which again comes with that coach that helps improve practice within the school. They were also able to hire an assistant principal, an ed associate, and a math coach to make sure that, again, we're improving practice within math. They're now able to offer art, gym, tech, and music more than once a week. The school leader shared that some students are getting those things twice in a day. And so those are some important improvements. And then there was a lot of facilities improvements within the school. All the classrooms and hallways were repainted, and flooring was replaced by our facilities team. We also had a partnership with Heart of America and Under Armour that resulted in the renovation and redesign of many spaces within the school: the gym, the auditorium, the cafeteria, the library, the teacher's lounge, the front office, outdoor space. So we did the trees and landscaping. And then in summer 2020, we were able to build a Kaboom playground there. And you see pictured part of the new library space. I share this because I think it's just important as we think about some of these recommendations that are really hard, what it could mean for school communities, what comes out of the pain of some of these recommendations, and what we're really trying to do and what we're trying to uplift. So this is our timeline, and so we are here at the night where the board will vote. So began this process on November 9th. And we're here tonight where the board will vote on many recommendations. There are 4 recommendations that we're going to postpone to the 25th board meeting, the meeting on January 25th, and we'll share those as we get to them. All right, and so you see the summary of the recommendations that we have listed on the screen. One thing that I want to emphasize is for members of the public, and Board Chair Richardson shared this at the beginning of the meeting. For this meeting, there are certain things that we have shared with the board as part of the legal process, and we have to remember to say. So the board has a script, so some of what we're going to say may sound a little bit mechanical, is to ensure that we make sure that everything that was considered in the process is stated on the record, and we don't make mistakes by forgetting something or omissions. It allows the board to vote however they're going to vote, so they can accept, they can reject, modify. It does a lot of different things. But the purpose of the script is to make sure that we don't miss sharing something that's important. And so with that, the Code of Maryland Regulations, or COMAR, requires that local boards of education ensure at a minimum that consideration is given to the impact of a proposed closure on the following 8 factors: student enrollment trends, age or condition of school buildings, transportation, educational programs, racial composition of the student body, financial considerations, student relocation, impact on community and the geographic attendance area for the school proposed to be closed, and school or schools to which students will be relocating. For each of tonight's closure and relocation recommendations, including building surpluses of traditional public schools, the board has received data regarding each of the 8 COMAR factors. The schools recommended for closure and building surplus are Dr. Bernard Harris Senior Elementary School in 2022, Utah Marshburn Elementary School in 2022, Stewart Hill Academic Academy in 2022, and the New Era Academy in 2023 for closure of the program but retention of the building. One school is recommended for relocation, which is Claremont Middle High in 2022. One building is recommended for surplus, which is the George W. F. McMecken building in 2022. So the first thing that the board is going to consider is the relocation of Claremont School to its space at the Patterson High School campus starting in summer 2022, and to retain that building for future use. In 2014-15, the board approved the movement of the program to its specially designed space on the Patterson High School campus when all construction was complete. Claremont was scheduled to move at a later date than the Patterson High School due to the impact of the ongoing demolition work could have on the existing student population at Claremont. Construction work and demolition at Patterson High School campus completes this year. And so based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendation report, testimony at the board special meeting and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the recognition that co-locating separate public day schools with traditional schools ensures students across populations are benefiting from 21st Century School Buildings program. It is a recommendation of the CEO that the Claremont Middle High School program relocate to its new specially designed space in the renovated 21st Century Patterson High School building effective summer 2022, and that city schools retain the current Claremont building effective 2022.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions for staff? Right. I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of the recommendation. Commissioner James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question that I've asked a lot when we started talking about co-locating. And so, Angela, I really appreciate the reminder that it's best practices and in the best interest of students in separate day schools to be located and embedded in schools that serve typically developing students. My question is, why have a separate name and a separate uniform? Why not just have the students of Claremont be the students of Patterson? Rather than have a separate, and I understand the need for different staffing to serve programs that serve students with special needs, but why not just have one school to be truly integrated and involve everyone in the same community?
Yeah, I thank you for that question. So and it helps me to be more clear on the record. So the Patterson building is designed as a campus where it has two separate schools located on that campus. So their school spaces are separate. They have separate entrances, separate cafeterias, separate gyms. And that's important because students that are in a separate public day school are designated as their least restrictive environment is F. And so they need those specialized spaces. That's also important, something that we heard in the community feedback process, important for families that their students be served in the separate space that really attends to the needs that they have.
I appreciate that. And I understand the need for the specialized servicing. What I don't understand is the separate but equal of it. Is the identity, the culture of being able to belong to a school and go to basketball games and, attend plays and be part of concerts and those types of things that they would have access to by being in the same campus and complex. Why not also give them the same pride and opportunity to be a part of the Patterson community? And I know that there's going to be no movement on this. I just wanted to publicly say again, for the record, that I really believe that we should be looking at how we can do the most integration rather than separate but equaling folks. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. There's like there are like sort of state requirements based on the designation of students. But they, you know, and I don't know if Dr. Brooks is on this meeting.
I am. I'm
Okay.
here. Yep. So good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Brooks, Executive Director of Special Education. And just to be clear again, based upon the students' individual needs as identified on their individualized education program, they have been identified as needing the need of having the least restrictive environment of LREF, which is a separate public day school. However, they will still have access by being co-located on the Patterson campus to be able to participate with their non-disabled peers in extracurricular activities. So although it's the Patterson campus, it's really the Claremont-Patterson campus where the two are able to access those extracurricular activities, as well as integrate in some of the secondary transition activities as well for all students. So we want to make sure that we're meeting all federal and state laws and regulations based upon those students' individualized needs and meeting them in their least restrictive environment, but also providing them access to their non-disabled peers as well.
I appreciate that. I understand. And I also, again, I understand we're not going to get traction on this. For 6 years, I've been asking for this. There's not a single Patterson student that would say they go to the Patterson Claremont school. And so it is different. So just putting that in mind for future board members as we move forward to think about how we can take down barriers to separation, isolation, and marginalization, and really make sure that all students have the opportunity for the social emotional benefits of being part of a typical community. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none and seeing none, is there a motion for this item?
I move that based upon the recommendation of the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of schools recommendations report issued on November 9th, the testimony given at the special session and public hearing, contents of the official record, and the ACOMAR factors, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
I second, Chinya.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner
No.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor. The motion passes. That's all in favor. Angela?
Yep, we're going to the next.
Yes.
Keep going. All right, so the next recommendation the board is going to consider is the surplus of the George W. F. McMecken facility in summer 2022. In 2020, the board approved the closure of the program when construction work associated with the new 21st century space for Claremont completes. And so you just voted on that. Students needing this level of placement will be placed at either the Claremont School or the Bear School based on individual need. And so based on the considerations of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at the board special meeting and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed earlier this evening, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the George W. F. McMecken building be surplus to the city of Baltimore in 2022.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for staff? And with the presentation up, I can't see our commissioners online. If I can't see hands raised or anything. Okay, no hands raised. Thank you. I'm sorry. I will now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of this recommendation? Okay, seeing none and hearing none. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of schools recommendations report issued on November 9th, the testimony given at the special session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes. All in favor. Angela?
And so now we're going to look at amendments, proposals for amendments to the 21st Century Buildings Plan. And so the first one that on an annual basis, the board can make amendments to the 21st Century School Buildings Plan. And so the board will now consider recommendations related to those changes of Exhibit 6 in particular. That's the list of buildings as part of that plan that are scheduled for surplus. And so the first recommendation we're going to look at is regarding the removing Dr. Carter G. Woodson from that Exhibit 6 plan. We want to retain that in our portfolio. Carter G was originally set to be surplus in summer 2022. However, it has its heating systems are actually connected to the Southside facility that houses New Era. And we can't surplus it without the system separation, which was not approved by the IAC for capital improvement program funding. In addition, we're exploring holding on to that facility in concert with the Southside facility of hopes of potentially attracting a developer who could help us build a new high school in the future on that land. So we're hopeful about that. So those are the reasons that we're maintaining the land. And thus, it is a recommendation of the CEO that Exhibit 6 of the 21st Century School Buildings Plan be amended to remove the Dr. Carter G. Woodson building from Exhibit 6 and that the building be retained by the district.
Sorry, I concur with the recommendations as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions for staff? Christian, any hands raised? I will open up the floor for commissioners for discussion of this recommendation. Okay, is there a motion?
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
Second, McFadden.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes. All in favor. Angela?
All right, so the next amendment we're going to go back one. The next amendment we're going to talk about is for the Thurgood Marshall middle building. And so the recommendation is to amend the surplus date for that building from 23 to 25. That facility is the swing location for Vanguard Collegiate Middle and Furley Elementary Schools. We expected the work on their facilities to complete originally in 2023. However, during the past legislation session, we were able to secure additional funding that's allowing for more fuller renovations of the northeast building, which will be the permanent location for Vanguard, as well as to fully replace the Furley Elementary building for Furley Elementary. And those projects are not expected to complete until 2025. So we need to hold on to the building until those projects complete. Thus, it is the recommendation of the CEO that Exhibit 6 of the 21st Century School Buildings Plan be amended to change the surplus date of the Thurgood Marshall Middle Building from 2023 to 2025.
I concur with the recommendations as stated.
Thank you. Are there any? Sorry about that. Are there any questions for the staff, or does a board commissioner have a discussion about this recommendation? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendations as stated.
Is there a second?
Second, Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioners Griffin and Roberts. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. That's the motion passes, all in favor. Angela?
Yep. So the next amendment to the 21st Century Buildings Plans for the West Baltimore building, we want to actually add this building to Exhibit 6 and also have you vote on expediting the surplus date. Last year, you approved the surplus of this building for summer 2022. We want to see if we can move it more quickly. It's empty to spring of 2022 since it's no longer needed for educational purposes. We had kept it in case we needed it as a swing space for some construction work that was happening in the North Bend Elementary Middle Building. We ended up not needing it. So this is helpful. It's a very large building to actually return it back to the city. And thus, it is the recommendation of the CEO that Exhibit 6 of the 21st Century School Buildings Plan be amended to add the West Baltimore building to it, and that the previously approved surplus date change from summer 2022 to spring 2022, since the building is no longer needed for educational use.
You're up.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Are there any questions for staff from the board commissioners, or are there a discussion about this recommendation? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Is there, thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes, all in favor. Angela?
This is just a summary of those changes for Exhibit 6. Keep going. All right, and so tonight the CEO is also recommending that we defer the vote. And so this is not something that you need to vote on, but we're going to defer the vote on the following recommendations until the January 25th, 2022 meeting. And that's for the recommendation to close and surplus the buildings for Dr. Bernard Harris Senior Elementary School, Utah Marshburn Elementary School, Stewart Hill Academic Academy, as well as the closure program relocation recommendations associated for New Era Academy to that next meeting. For members of the public, this means that you can continue to send feedback to the board through Friday, January 21st, which is Friday before that Tuesday meeting. All right, and so that concludes the recommendations that are associated for traditional schools. I just want to thank the full team. These require a lot of work that you guys have been doing, visiting schools, meeting with community members. And so I want members of the public to understand all the work that you've been doing as a board around trying to inform yourselves so you can make the best decision. I want to thank all of the stakeholders who thus far have participated in this process. It's really important. We really care about what community says and shares, and the information that they have is important to us. And so I just want to note those things. And I want to thank all of the people that support this work. There's a huge team that does a lot of deep analysis and pushing on all of the data and information, as well as meeting and talking with people to make sure that we're thinking through and walking the streets, and just like a lot that goes into this, from the facilities team, the academic team, the finance department, our Office of Achievement and Achievement and Accountability, our our communications engagement office, our enrollment team that's also part of that. So there's just a lot of different people who really try to help us make the best recommendations as possible. Our 21st Century office, there's just a lot. There's a huge team of people who do a lot of work associated with this. We're at the heart trying to do, in difficult circumstances, what is best for students. And so I just wanted to name that. Before we get into renewal, I want to thank also this involves a lot of people. Our chief partner in this work is the Office of Achievement and Accountability. I just want to acknowledge them, as well as our schools and our operators and their school communities and families. So there's a lot that also goes through this process. And our charter and operator-led schools advisory board, who, like our board, are volunteers who help review these applications. They're extensive. They have a lot of information in them, and are trying to weigh and understand what makes sense and is in the best interest of students, and helping to inform the CEO's recommendations. And so I just wanted to make sure that we publicly acknowledge those groups as we get into operator renewal.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Roberts. I'm a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives. And before we look at individual schools and operator renewal, so wanted to go over the renewal process for this year. For 2021-22, we did have a modified renewal process in recognition of the difficulties of COVID and the move to virtual learning. So we're doing a more streamlined process this year, in which schools are eligible for 3-year renewals or non-renewal recommendations. Non-renewal recommendations will only be considered if schools get not effective in one of 4 areas. Schools that earn not effective ratings in these areas, that would happen when there are serious financial sustainability concerns or inability to comply with critical state, federal, and local guidelines that places students, staff, or the district at risk. So a not effective and effective programming for students with disabilities, audits, financial controls, operator capacity, or the strategic leadership and governance metric from the SER would lead to a non-renewal recommendation. Any school considered for non-renewal will also have its record of previous renewals and its record of academic performance considered and provided as additional factors for the board to consider in its decision making. And finally, schools currently in 5-year contracts that earn renewal in 2021-22 with meets expectations, effective or highly effective ratings in all of these 4 measures, as well as effective or highly effective in the overall academic section of the rubric, will be credited with a full renewal for eligibility towards an 8-year renewal in the future rounds as they come up, in addition to the results from those future renewal rounds. This revised process continues to consider data and information coming from the following components: the renewal rubric, which has been updated to reflect the modified process, schools application for renewal, data tables prepared by city schools, and the school effectiveness review, which has been streamlined to include fewer key actions and metrics used in the school climate section of the rubric.
In terms of the process, I mentioned our charter and operator-led schools advisory board. They're sort of the first part of the review process. They're made of a variety of member organizations that include foundations, nonprofits, school choice advocates, and school operators, as well as district representatives. And so they look at all of the data and information, both quantitative and qualitative, that is gathered in this process to inform recommendations to the CEO. They give advice to the CEO on the recommendations and are governed by the process that Trevor just shared. So the recommendations themselves are governed by that review he shared in the prior slide for the advice of the Charter and Operator-led Schools Advisory Board. And the CEO then considers all of that in developing her own recommendations, and in some instances can give extra weight in formulating the recommendation to things that are based on the severity of issues raised, and if it impacts the well-being of student, staff, or district as a whole. Tonight, our board, have a critical role in this process. And so it's considering the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the report, the testimony at meetings and work sessions, and kind of all the contents of the record. One thing I just want to, you're also governed by board policy IHBJ and its admin reg IHBJ RA for charter schools, and policy FCA for non-charter schools, and its reg. This includes that the board has the ability to consider prior partial renewal terms afforded to operators who have serious challenges in the prior renewal that remain issues that continue to affect the well-being of students, staff, or the district as a whole based on evidence in this renewal process. And so the IHBJ states the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals. So for members of the public, what that means is even if a school was not recommended or was recommended for a 3-year renewal, if it's a school that's in a 3-year contract that meets this threshold, the board could consider to non-renew that school, just so we're super clear.
Good evening, everyone. This is Teresa Jones, Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer. We'll now share the recommendations for the first school for consideration this evening, which is the Baltimore Design School. The school is operated by Baltimore Design School Incorporated. Excuse me? Sorry. Should I continue?
No one said anything, so you're fine.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something. My apologies. This school is operated by Baltimore Design School Incorporated. It is being recommended for the 3-year renewal. It is a transformation school which serves students in grades 6 through 12. It received a rating of meets expectations for audit content and internal controls. Meets expectations is the highest rating available for this particular component. Additionally, it received effective ratings in the following areas of effective programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, as well as strategic leadership and governance, which is determined based on the results of the School Effectiveness Review, or the SER. It also had an effective for overall academics. A few key highlights. So first and foremost, this school actually received a rating of highly effective in its 4-year cohort graduation rate, with a 3-year average of 99% of students graduating on time. Furthermore, they received a highly effective in the college and career readiness area, which considers participation and success as it relates to college and career indicators, such as the SAT, advanced placement, and career and technical education, as well as college enrollment. In terms of programming for students with disabilities, it received an effective rating in this area. This area looks at a school's practices and procedures as it relates to services for students with disabilities and whether or not those students are exhibiting a trajectory for growth and achievement. And then as it relates to fidelity to charter and application overall, they received an effective rating in this area. And this area takes a look at the extent to which the school has fully implemented its mission, Stakeholders understand that mission and that the school understands and addresses any challenges presented in its data, particularly when it comes to the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data and school demand. In terms of other highlights that are not captured on the slide, but I would like to share into the public record, we did note that there are strong practices in place as it relates to CTE programming, which went from virtually no participation to 63.5% participation for the class of 2020 in either the interactive media production or the construction design management CTE pathways, the expansion of honors courses and advanced placement courses, which included advanced placement 2D, that's two-dimensional art and design, AP studio art, AP calculus, AP statistics, AP English literature and composition, etc., as well as partnerships with the Maryland Institute College of Art, that's MICA, Loyola University of Maryland, Morgan State University, University of Baltimore, and Baltimore City Community College, resulting in 58.1% participation in dual enrollment for the class of 2020. They also noted 100% participation in activities such as the ACT, SAT, advanced placement, and career and technical education, 68.9% success in the areas such as ACT, SAT, advanced placement, and career and technical education, and that 78.9% of the class of 2019 were enrolled in college. All of those areas I just noted are components of the college and career readiness measure.
And therefore, based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run the school's work session, and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore Design School, Inc. to operate for Baltimore Design School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1st, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions or comments for this recommendation?
Chair Richardson,
Yes.
I would just like to give some kudos to the Baltimore Design School community and the stakeholders there and the leadership, the historical leadership, those who have served the school in the past, those who are serving now, but particularly the students at Baltimore Design School who persevere. We see that, we notice that quite often when, at least when I do visits, when we're going to the school for multiple reasons. So I just want to shout them out for all of that hard work that we've been seeing over the course of several years here within our community. They were even just highlighted on the news, I think we just saw, for their testing program there. I think it was the COVID testing program, am I correct? There was a story done on them and the way that the school leadership promoted that and supported the community in that way. So I just wanted to make sure that we recognize them for their hard work over the past several years. And even now throughout the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. The motion passes. All in favor. Angela?
The next school for discussion this evening is the Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School, which is operated by Baltimore Montessori Incorporated. This school is also recommended for a 3-year renewal. It is a charter school which serves grades kindergarten through 8. As it relates to the audit content internal controls, we noted a rating of meets expectations which I would like to note is an updated rating since ratings were first issued. This particular rating has been changed to meet expectations based on additional information provided by the operator. As it relates to effective programming for students with disabilities, they received an effective rating. We received a developing rating in the area of operator capacity, an effective rating in strategic leadership and governance, and for overall academics, they received a developing rating. As it relates to their academic performance, they received an effective rating in their PARC growth, which assesses the changes in student achievement over time. In English language arts, grades 6 through 8, they rated in the 79th percentile overall. And math, grades 6 to 8, they were in the 73rd percentile. They were also highly effective in English language arts in grades 3 to 5 at the 84th percentile, but not effective in math in grades 3 to 5, rating at the 42nd percentile. For effective programming for the all student racial and ethnic groups category, they received a developing rating. This is the area which considers whether a school has varied instructional approaches and practices in place that have provided quality programming for all student racial and ethnic groups. While progress has been made, we noted that the schools should continue to focus on raising the achievement of all student groups while working to reduce the gaps that we see in performance. For operator capacity, they received a developing rating, and this is the area where we have now noted that this school has not consistently met all the critical district obligations, but has demonstrated progress when it comes to complying with the relevant requirements. Additional notes, some of the steps that the school has taken to address challenges include the creation of a data cycle, the active use of data to inform intervention and enrichment groups, the use of an education associate to support the data cycle process, and the hiring of an assistant principal with a math background to help coach teachers. The school has also partnered with 2 organizations, EdOps and Improving Ed, to improve its use of data. As noted in the school's effectiveness review, their SER, these are newer practices that are in place, and so ensuring that all teachers understand and utilize a complete student learning data cycle will be necessary to drive improvement within the school. Furthermore, the school conducted an equity audit in 2018 and has done work with the school community and outside partners to address gaps in student achievement that have been noted as serious concerns in previous renewal reviews. This work has led to updated curriculum to be more culturally relevant as well as representative of the student's body. The school has also taken steps such as recruiting teachers and staff of color and holding regular workshops and professional development with the goal of increasing equity in school programming.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the content of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore Montessori Inc. to operate Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions for staff or want to comment on this recommendation? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
I'm also in favor. The motion passes. All in favor.
Turning it back to
So
staff.
the next school we'll be looking at is the Bel Air Edison School, operated by Bel Air Edison School LLC. The recommendation is for a 3-year renewal. The school is a charter serving grades K through 8. For the purposes of this review, we will be considering it as an elementary school only, which I will explain a little more in a moment. The school was rated meets expectations in audit contents and internal controls, which is the highest rating for that category. Rated developing and effective programming for students with disabilities, effective in operator capacity, and strategic leadership and governance, and rated not effective in overall academics. The school is rated developing in fidelity to charter application overall, which considers the extent the school has fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand that mission, and the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data, school demand. Rated not effective in PARC growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time in ELA 3 through 5, being in the 36th percentile in the district overall, and in math 3 through 5 in the 15th percentile. School was rated effective in operator capacity, indicating that it has operated effectively and the operator has met all state and federal reporting requirements, critical district or federal obligations. The Bel Air Edison School, formerly known as Brems Lane Elementary, has recently converted to become a charter school, which occurred in 2016. And in addition to that, over the past 3 years, the operator has taken on merging Bel Air Edison with the AFIA Public Charter School, which was a separate middle school program run by the same operator. So for the purposes of this review, the focus was on the elementary grades performance, as the AFIA Middle School program had recently gone through renewal, and the school's merger was only recently completed with that program. In terms of its performance, the school must continue to take steps to improve student achievement. Some of the steps the school has taken to address these challenges include a phased use of ANET and DIBELS assessments to inform data analysis at specific grade levels, and to methodically deepen teacher practice and use of complete student learning data cycle that is supported by professional learning and ongoing coaching for teachers and the use of this practice. Additionally, the school has added staffing, including intervention teachers, paraprofessionals, and classroom assistants to support small group instruction.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on the consideration of operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the content of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Bel Air Edison School LLC to operate the Bel Air Edison School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated. Do any commissioners have questions or comments?
I have a comment. And this is just about the not effective rating under academic. It's just that if they are, approved for a renewal, and when they bring information back about their academics, I would be looking for specifically how in that area we've seen improvement, because that's one of the biggest concerns for me when it comes to any of these schools on this list, is when we see not effective under the academic rating. Yeah.
Commissioner Chenya?
I just need to concur with Commissioner Griffin, especially when the change in this this combination of schools focused on elementary and the very areas that we're noting have not shown. I mean, I'm really concerned about the math, but that both of those are far from being effective. So I would really be keen in on what happens, and it'd be interesting to know if there are some strategies already being identified as to what they plan to do about this.
No, I would agree, and I think that the collective feedback and commentary is also one
that we weighed, knowing that, the performance of the middle grades, has been strong. And I do think that it warrants noting moving forward for next renewal, very similar to some other schools that, are part of the process this year, where we have seen growth in targeted areas that previous iterations of the board had similar commentary. So I think we should note for moving ahead, depending on how the board votes, of course. I would absolutely agree with that should be a crucial part of the examination. And it really is the operator's success with the upper grades that led to a lot of, the recommendation to extend that time. But I completely agree. And I think that should be something that we target the focus on in the next renewal cycle, but full agreement.
Any other commissioners? Thank you so much, Commissioner Griffin and Commissioner Chenya. Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
I concur with the recommendation as stated. Oh, did we go out of order here? Did we? Okay. So do you want me to back up? Let's back up. My bad. Let's back up. That's probably me.
I second that.
That is where we are.
Yeah.
That's where we are. Okay.
I second Commissioner Griffin's motion.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner James. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chenya? Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden? Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner, and I'm in favor. 2, 3, 4.
I'm a yes, by the way.
Okay, so how many in favor, please? No, Commissioner Chenya. Commissioner Chenya, any opposed or abstained? Okay.
I don't want to
We could have
cause.
modified it and tied it to the deficiency that you talked about.
So are we able to withdraw the motion? We can withdraw that.
Can we withdraw that?
Yeah.
Okay, so point of order, we're going to withdraw. You have to withdraw the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to withdraw the previous motion.
Okay.
And instead give it to Commissioner Chenia to make a motion.
Okay, so now I go through the whole thing.
You got to start from the
Okay, I
beginning.
move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given by the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, and the content of the official record and the factors listed in policy. Is that IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, that the board modify the CEO's recommendation in the following matter by adding conditions for the submission of a plan to address the deficiencies in the park growth areas. Okay, by determination of the contract. I mean, I don't.
No, you're fine with where you are.
I'm fine where I am. Thank you. I don't need a date. Okay. Thank you.
Angela, does she have to be reviewed by staff, that section as well?
She doesn't have to. You can. You don't have to.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's fine to be reviewed by staff. Some of that didn't fit, but that's basically what I'm saying. Sorry about that. In the yes, what did I just say? In the areas of the academic deficiencies, especially in the areas of park growth, is what I was saying.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second. Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I'm in favor. That motion passes. All in favor. Back to staff.
Okay, the next school is City Neighbors Charter School, operated by City Neighbors Charter School, Inc. The recommendation is for a 3-year renewal. The school type is charter, serving grades K through 8. The school was rated meets expectations in audit, content, and internal controls, effective in programming for students with disabilities, developing an operator capacity, highly effective in strategic leadership and governance, and developing in academics overall. The school is developing in park growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time in math 3 through 5 in the 56th percentile, and in math 6 through 8 in the 52nd percentile, not effective in ELA 3 through 5 in the 29th percentile, and highly effective in ELA 6 through 8 in the 87th percentile. School was effective in fidelity to charter application overall, which considers the extent the school has fully implemented its mission. Stakeholders understand that mission, and the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data and school demand. And the school is rated developing and effective programming for all student racial ethnic groups, which considers whether a school has varied instructional approaches and practices in place that have provided quality programming for all student racial ethnic groups. The school must continue to focus in this area on raising achievement of all student groups while continuing to reduce and eliminate gaps in performance between those groups. The school has taken some recent steps to address these challenges, including hiring an intervention teacher in 2019, becoming a universal design for instruction school, intensifying its data cycle review process and use of interventions, including multi-age targeted instruction during the school day, as well as in the summer and after school. City Neighbors application described processes and practices the school has implemented, such as the school's equity plan, professional development on anti-racist teaching, and goals to increase staff diversity. While the school is still working towards achieving goals laid out in this plan, further progress must be made as gaps in achievement data between Black and white students are evident in the data, and the student performance of Black and white students, respectively, is very mixed, with a gap in performance widening in 2018-19 in the 3 areas considered. The school's application does not provide evidence of how exactly the school's working in this area is working to inform classroom instruction and improve outcomes, and so continued focus is needed here.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session, and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, there is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with City Neighbors Charter School, Inc. to operate City Neighbors Charter School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions or comments on this recommendation? No? Okay. Commissioner Chinya?
Yeah, it's me again, sorry. I was a little concerned to hear this, the statement about the gap, but that there was not a real definitive plan that was listed in what was proposed. So I just need to highlight that publicly. it would be good to see something in the future as if this is approved.
Yeah, I think this is a school that is working on deepening its work in the areas related to like academic rigor. And so it's taking some of those practices that I think are important that people are understanding the role that like bias plays in schools and, looking at what materials they're choosing, but also pairing that with what that means in terms of what's happening within classes and from an instructional standpoint.
Commissioner Chenya, could you repeat what you said because your mic was off and I want to make sure the public heard that?
My mic was off of the whole thing. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was concerned, and I guess sort of got an answer. I was concerned that the statement that was made about not having a definitive plan listed or stated about addressing some of the gaps in achievement among the racial and ethnic groups. I'm not certain I wanted to do a full modification, but just the fact, because it is listed, but it would encourage that we'd be looking for that and something very concrete.
Got it. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments?
Just want to agree with Commissioner Chenya. However the board decides to vote as this comes back around potentially, I think it's really important that the board focuses on that area. That gap closing is critically important for those racial groups that seem to be underserved in some ways at that school.
I have the same concern, and I was just listening and thinking about the amount of time needed to develop a plan, because I just want to understand there has not been a plan to address that. It's been brought to their attention. They understand their data and have some practices in place, but not a full-on plan to address the gap in academic achievement between Black and white students and various ethnicities in the school. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
No, so I would not say that. What I would say is that they have a plan around how they're addressing these. This is a complicated, addressing gaps is complicated because it's not just simply, it's looking at everything from like who's teaching students, the content. There's a lot that goes into that. And I think where they're weaker is in really looking at how that shows up in instructional practice. Like, are all students getting access to rigorous questions or rigorous content? Are students having the ability to are they getting the same kind of level of assignments? Are they seeing themselves reflected? Is there some way that's playing out in instruction? I think in part you can see their overall academics is developing. So part of what you're seeing is playing out is they have some work to do in the academic space, based on the data that we, had. That's the other thing. We're looking at PARC data would show that would have come from school year 16, 17, 15, 16, 16, 17, and 17, 18. So that's the other thing to note. But I think when we look at how they, with the work that they're doing, they focus on some of the other things that are important. You have to address like what recruitment, what diversity looks like in your school. So students are seeing people that look like themselves. You have to address the curriculum materials that you're using, but you also have to address the rigor and what's happening instructionally within the school.
Right.
Like if you think about like the opportunity myth report that TNC put out a couple years ago, it talks about that when we look at what's happening in urban schools, that so many students are not even getting on grade level content. And so some of that is improving the instructional resources that are given to teachers, because teachers, do work to try to fill in gaps when there's not enough instructional resources, but they're not curriculum experts. So knowing if something's on grade level or at the appropriate level of challenge is not something they have expertise in. So really making sure that they're arming teachers with everything they need, as well as doing the work they're doing to like understand bias and how that could show up in the classroom and recruitment. So it's in the academic side where they need to do some more work.
Got it. And so what I was trying to reconcile in my head with knowing that was the recommendation for the 3 years versus a 1 year. Like, how soon would we need to hear from them again to check in on them to make sure progress is being made? Because my concern is we wait 3 years, like it could have been 3 years of no real progress in that area, right? Versus having 1 year where you may have the ability to check in and say, okay, now what have you done in this specific area to support the growth and development of the school? How does that look now to be able to then think about another renewal? And I know that's a lot of work, but when we're talking about our kids and trying to close these gaps and all of the different things that you said, I'm always concerned about the amount of time in between that type of evaluation.
So you cannot make their term a 1 year term. So I just want to name that, like by board policy, there is no option to give a school a 1 year term. So your only options are for this process is a 3 year with conditions, or a non-renewal in terms of lengths. You can in the conditions, you could say you want to see data that shows improvement in these areas, and so we can look at that in the next year, but that would be more informal data, because we wouldn't. That's another reason why you can't do a 1 year, is that you wouldn't have state assessment data back to review in that time. So the 3 years gives you time to actually have state assessment data in addition to other data the school would use. And so you could put a condition that would require us to look at that to make sure that we're seeing that, or and sharing that with you in terms of what's happening with their informal data, and then when they have state assessment data, the state assessment data.
Got it. Thanks for that.
I see Commissioner James' hand.
Yes, ma'am. So I just wanted to respond with a little insider info from my other hat, my other job. So City Neighbors may not have articulated their plan, but they do have some work, and they are making some significant efforts to address this. They are partnering with literacy, math, and culture experts from Morgan, and working reciprocally with our student interns are coming into the schools. They're coming for professional development at Morgan. We're really building a really beautiful relationship. So to Commissioner Griffin's point, absolutely this needs to be addressed. But I really think that they might just not have articulated it well, or that component of it in their write-up. But they are aware, they are working, they are being really transparent about their needs and leaning in for support. So just to maybe take a breath and know that hopefully that they will see some outcome differences in student scores soon.
Thank you, Commissioner James, for that. That's important for me to understand.
Yep, and if any board commissioners would ever like to observe one of, I can offer on my end, you're welcome to come to any of my professional developments that I do with them at Morgan and see what's happening.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner James. I'm sorry. Are there any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, so are we landing on a 3 year with a conditional?
So it depends on the motion that's before us tonight. So I'm gonna call for a motion for this recommendation.
Is that what you just did? Okay. Okay. So I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, that the content of the official record and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJRA including Section 3K of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board modify the CEO's recommendation in the following manner. Adding conditions such as the submission of a plan to address deficiencies in academic achievement and performance between various identifying groups, including racial, ethnic background, and also gender identity, just to ensure we're making sure we're paying attention to all of our students, to be reviewed by staff.
Is there a second?
Second, Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. I'm going to ask for, is anyone abstaining from this vote?
I will be abstaining, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. So all in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am in favor. Commissioner James, you're abstaining?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to circle back to see if Commissioner Brooks is abstaining or opposing, or if he's still with us. Okay, so the motion passes with, what is it? 7 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 absence. Thank you. Back to staff.
The next school before us is City Neighbors Hamilton. It is recommended for a 3-year renewal. It serves students in grades K through 8 in audit content. It got meets expectations. An effective program for students with disabilities, developing operator capacity, effective, strategic leadership and governance, highly effective, and then overall academics developing. Developing in part growth in particular, which assesses change in student achievement over time for ELA grades 3 through 5, being in the 58th percentile overall, and math grade for middle grades being in the 62nd percentile. They were not effective in ELA for middle grades, being in the 28th percentile, but highly effective in math for elementary grades, being in the 88th percentile. They were effective in fidelity to charter, which considers the extent to which the school's implemented its mission. Stakeholders understand that mission, and the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data / school demand. They were developing an effective programming for students, racial ethnic groups, which considers whether a school has varied instructional approaches and practices in place that have provided quality programming for all student racial ethnic groups. The school must focus on raising achievement of all student groups while continuing to keep differences in performance between student groups small. In particular, the school has taken steps to improve practice, which include the development of intensives, which is an intervention block for students in grades 3 through 8. They hired an early literacy intervention teacher to support early learners for students in grades K through 3rd grade. And they use iReady and other online learning platforms in that work. They need to continue to deepen their work in the use of data to improve the level of academic rigor used in instruction and to drive improvement as noted in the school effectiveness review. The school has recognized that it has achievement gaps, and in response, they described several equity and anti-racist processes and practices the school has implemented, including classroom interventions, an equity self-audit, and ongoing consultancy work. While the school reports internal data is demonstrating gains in reading and math assessments, these strategies have not yet proven effective in state assessments. And so based on that, in accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session, and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with City Neighbors Hamilton, Inc. to operate City Neighbors Hamilton be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated. Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from commissioners? Is there a motion? So I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, that the board accepts the CEO's recommendations as stated. Is there a second?
Second, Bandima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks? Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. I am in favor. That is 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
The next school we'll be looking at is City Springs Elementary Middle School, operated by Baltimore Curriculum Project. The recommendation is for a 3-year renewal, and the school is a charter serving grades K through 8. The school is rated meets expectations in audit content, internal controls, developing and programming for students with disabilities, effective in operator capacity, highly effective in strategic leadership and governance, and effective in academics overall. Specifically, they were highly effective in performance in PARC, ELA 3 through 5, in the 80th percentile in their economic disadvantage comparison group, and in ELA 6 through 8 in the 86th percentile in their group. Effective in Math 3 through 5 in the 69th percentile, and developing in Math 6 through 8 in the 57th percentile. The school was developing in PARC growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time, in ELA 3 through 5 in the 62nd percentile overall, and in Math 3 through 5 in the 63rd percentile, effective in ELA 6 through 8 in the 68th percentile, and in Math 6 through 8 in the 70th percentile. School was developing in programming for students with disabilities, which evaluates a school's practices and procedures in providing services to students with disabilities and whether those students are exhibiting a trajectory for growth and achievement. The school's application clearly shows how data cycles are used to drive instruction on a day-to-day basis and produce effective outcomes for students. The school also shows evidence of creating a welcoming environment for students and families, as shown in the importance of restorative practices to the school's mission, commitment to providing wraparound supports to students and families, and the commitment to community building with the surrounding neighborhood.
So in accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on considerations of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract of Baltimore Curriculum Project, Inc. to operate City Schools Elementary Middle School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated. Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from the board? Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, The factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ RA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima? Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yeah.
And I'm in favor.
Did we hear from Commissioner Bondima?
Commissioner Bondima, could you give us your vote?
I said yes.
Okay, perfect. Everyone didn't hear it, so I just wanted to
I'm
make sure the
sorry.
public heard.
Yes.
Great. The motion passes 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
So the next school before us is Connections, a community-based art school. It's operated by the Baltimore Teacher Network. It's recommended for a 3-year renewal. It serves students in grades 6 through 12. It was rated developing and audit controls, audit content and internal controls, and effective programming for students with disabilities, and operator capacity, and in strategic leadership governance from the SER. It was rated not effective in overall academics. This school is highly effective in its absolute performance on PARC for ELA grade 10, being in the 91st percentile in its economic disadvantage group. It was developing in middle grades math, being in the 59th percentile of its economic disadvantage group, but not effective in ELA for middle grades in the 36th percentile of its economic disadvantage group, as well as in Algebra 1 being in the 18th percentile of its economic disadvantage group. It was rated developing in fidelity to charter, which considers the extent to which the school has implemented its mission, the stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice school demand. It was rated not effective in its 4-year cohort rate, with a 3-year average of 69% of students graduating on time. However, it's important to note that 4-year cohort grad rate did improve from only 60% in 2019 as a graduation rate to being above the district average by 2020, with 73.3% of students graduating. It was rated not effective in college and career readiness, which considers participation and success in career and college indicators such as SAT, advanced placement, and career technical education, as well as college enrollment. While the school offers some AP courses, 31% of the class of 2020 participated in AP, and has strong SAT participation, where 92.9% of the class of 2020 participated. There are not enough offerings to prepare students for college and career, and so the school needs to improve in this success in this area. Even though the school tracks data in several ways, including use of the NWEA assessment and partnering with ANET to provide staff to assist teachers in analyzing data, there isn't a formal data cycle that's in place. In recognition of the need to use data more effectively and consistently to impact academic outcomes for students, the school has hired a new staff member to support the implementation of a data cycle. And so that is a real thing that we see is happening in the school now. The school also implements several strategies to improve student outcomes, including the use of online platforms like Moby Max, Prodigy, and Achieve 3000, and providing students with after-school tutoring through FEV tutors. And climate, the school has a lot of strengths here. The school's attendance is higher than the district average, and its chronic absence rate is significantly lower than the district average. The school uses PBIS and targets support with a focus on early intervention to achieve these results, as well as has a lot of really thoughtful practices in place to support the whole child within their school. We noted that on the board visit. So we wanted to make sure that we included that on the record. In accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session, and public hearings, and the contents of the official record is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore Teacher Network, Inc. to operate Connections, a community-based art school, be renewed for a 3-year term that would commence on July 1, 2022 and end on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Are there any questions or comments about this recommendation from the board?
Chair Richardson.
Sure.
So this is challenging for me because it's challenging because there are, and thank you, Ms. Alvarez, for noting a lot of the successes and the progress and the things that this particular school and operator have been putting in place. One thing that I think stands out is the attendance rate and the way that they wrap their holistic hands and approach around the young people there. And it takes more than just strong academic programming to run and create a school. So I do want to be clear about that. And certainly we want to acknowledge the growth and success of the students in the arts at that particular school. It's really great to see the Afrocentric elements that they put in place for those young people. We have those young people perform, and even throughout the pandemic, they've been extremely innovative. You know, kudos to the teaching staff, to the entire staff there. The challenge for me is the academic performance, and to see and notice really a decline from the last time that Connections was with us for review. They were at a developing rating, and now in overall academics, and now we're seeing the ineffective rating there. That's a challenge for me as an educator. That's a challenge for me, you know, for the sake of our young people, for our students. And so I would encourage the board to really consider, you know, really urging this particular operator to develop a stronger plan to raise the rigor of the instructional program that's happening at that school for the sake of the young people that attend that school. There are incredible things happening at the school, but at the same time, we know at the foundation of the operation of that school was strong instruction. So I just want to make sure that we note that in our discussion this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Are there any other comments?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
I simply want to concur with Commissioner McFadden's statement, and perhaps he can word that in some way.
Commissioner Roberts.
I agree with Commissioners McFadden and Shenya. I think for me, what shows a intentionality on the behalf of this particular school community is the addition of their data analyst position that they do choose, that they are choosing to use in a really intentional way of looking at how their students are performing and how to see some of those meaningful gains in moving forward. If this school community is awarded another renewal cycle, I would just want to see how that person and how the whole school community is able to use those intentional data points from within the school, from within the student achievement aspects of the school to move us forward, especially in terms of the graduation rate, student achievement and graduation rate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Okay, awesome. Are there any other hands on the teams? Okay, thank you. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the content of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJRA, including section 3.K, of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board modify the CEO's recommendation in the following manner by adding a condition for submission of a plan to address deficiencies in the area of academics and graduation rate to be reviewed by staff. Failure to effectively implement the plan or new findings that reveal serious challenges in improving outcomes for students in the specified areas or that jeopardize student well-being, achievement, or safety would be the basis for earlier termination of the contract.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, is he here? Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. The motion passes. That is 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
So next before us is Creative City Public Charter School. They're operated by the Creative City Public Charter School Foundation, Inc. They serve elementary grades. They were rated developing and audit content controls and effective programming for students with disabilities. They're effective in operator capacity and strategic leadership and governance from the SER, but not effective in overall academics. They were not effective in PERF growth, which assesses change in student achievement over time. In their ELA, being in the 23rd percentile overall, and in the math percentile overall. They were not effective in fidelity to charter, which considers the extent to which the school has implemented its mission, that stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rate, attrition, student choice, school demand. The school's application did not prevent a clear strategy for improvement of practices to address low student performance, which is also considered the strategies part in the fidelity charter / application overall. They were developing and effective programming for students with disabilities, which evaluates the school's practices and procedures and providing services to students with disabilities and whether those students are exhibiting a trajectory of growth and achievement. Creative City Public Charter Schools academic performance remains an area of concern, given that these were areas of concern in the prior renewal process. However, not until 2019 did the school begin to attempt to improve practice. In its review and use of data by partnering with EdOps, the school indicates that COVID interrupted its progress, but it plans to continue to work in this area. In this current school year, 2021, they have also hired in school year 2021, they have also hired a reading and math interventionist to begin to provide students supports to improve outcomes. The lack of use of strong practice in student learning data cycle remains an ongoing concern. School-wide goals and data are not readjusted or revisited, and teachers are not actively engaged in regular analysis of progress towards goals. The school provided no evidence that shifts in curriculum and strategies are informed by active use of data. In other areas looked at this metric, the school has made slight gains in attendance rate and saw a decrease in chronic absence. However, performance in both of these areas remain at the average. In the case of attendance at 90%, or worse than the district average in the case of chronic absence, where 37.5% of Creative City students were chronically absent compared to a district average of 29.9%. Similar performance is seen in enrollment and school demand, where the school has seen rising enrollment, but remains below its contractual minimum, and its cohort retention, which measures the percentage of students who choose to remain at the school 2 or more years after their entry. In this measure, the school has seen a rising percentage of students choosing to remain at the school, but retention remains below the district average. And so, in accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of court testimony at the operator run schools work session, and public hearings and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Creative City Public Charter School Foundation, Inc. to operate Creative City Public Charter School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation.
Are there any questions or comments with this recommendation from the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, Commissioner Robert. Before the year ended, I had the honor and privilege of visiting the school community of Creative City. And what I found challenging was I did not find that there was a solid art integrated program that correlated to moving or to bettering the student achievement ratings that we see here today. I think that the school community offered some really wonderful, some really beautiful one-off projects, but in terms of being able to offer a solid program, I struggle with seeing that vision, and I did not feel that the school community provided a solid plan in that way.
Thank you for sharing that. Are there any other comments?
This is Vernon Reed, Commissioner Reed. I was also lucky to be there with Angela and Commissioner Roberts. I was a little worried about the trend line in terms of academically over the last 3 years, they've gone from developing to not effective. And just being on the physical plant, there was a heavy focus on being creative and artsy, but I didn't see the academic rigor that I hoped to see. That's my comment.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments? Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools' work session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJRA, including sections 3.K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board defer the CEO's recommendation until the February 8th, 2022 board meeting for further study and consideration, that at that meeting, whether instead the board should non-renew the contract and close the school at the end of the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Facts.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
No, I accept what Commissioner Roberts just said.
So you're in favor. You're in favor of what she said.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. That is 8 in favor with 1 absent. The motion passes. Back to staff.
The next school is Elmer A. Henderson, a Johns Hopkins Partnership School, which is operated by the East Baltimore Community School Incorporated. The school is being recommended for a 3-year renewal. It is a contract school and it serves students in grades kindergarten through 8. It received a developing rating in the area of audit content and internal controls, as well as effective programming for students with disabilities. For operator capacity, it received an effective rating and a highly effective rating in the area of strategic leadership and governance. And for overall academics, it received an effective rating. As it relates to their academic performance, they had a highly effective rating in the area of PARC growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time. In English language arts in the middle grades, they were in the 90th percentile overall. And for math middle grades, they were in the 84th percentile. They were effective in ELA for grades 3 to 5 in the 76th percentile, and not effective for math in grades 3 to 5 at the 50th percentile. They received an effective rating in the area of fidelity to charter and application overall. This considers the extent to which the school has fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data and school demand. The developing rating in the area of programming for students with disabilities is noted where in terms of looking at how we evaluate a school's practices and procedures in providing services to students with disabilities and whether or not those students are exhibiting a trajectory of achievement growth. Notes about this school include the following. The school does have a strong culture of data analysis among faculty, which is used to inform instruction. It sets high expectations for proficiency among all students and provides access to advanced and honors programming. The school uses data to determine student supports, as well as how to accelerate learning. These supports include Literacy Lab, which is a targeted intervention based on reading growth, Amplify Reading, which provides virtual support for small groups of students, FEV tutors, and targeted during and after school intervention blocks in both math and reading. While the school is taking steps towards growth for students with disabilities, their PARCC results show that they are not yet on a trajectory for growth. The data shows mixed results, with scale scores rising in some areas. We did note that an audit of school practices that was conducted by the Office of Special Education showed that while the school generally provides appropriate services to students with disabilities, that this is still an area of focus for improvement in order to ensure that all student schedules are set up so that they can receive services in the appropriate setting.
In consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the content of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the East Baltimore Community School, Inc. to operate Elmer A. Henderson and Johns Hopkins Partnership School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated and with pleasure.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from the board?
I would like to make a comment. This is Dr. Bandima. I just want to mention, is that okay?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. I had the great opportunity to have a conversation with not only some of the faculty there, but the community. And they were so excited about the school. And the students that I talked to at a meeting were just elated at how great their teachers and their principal and the excitement of being at school. And also one of the parents had participated in speaking at one of their board meetings. So I'm really happy with that school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments?
Certainly, Madam
Sure.
Chair, there are areas for growth and improvement, which I want to make sure that we do not overlook, but at the same time, with the focus on data analysis and data-driven instruction with the staff, the community partnerships that we know that school has put in place to holistically wrap their arms around, not just the students, but the community. I think it's important for us to consider that in our vote tonight. So yes, absolutely. Great leadership. There's great things happening there, but there certainly are areas of growth that we want to make sure are focused on for the sake of our children and young people as we want to, encourage their success. So I just want to make sure that we understand that as well, or just reiterate it.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. I do agree with that. They're a great asset to the community, and they do have a community focus, and I do appreciate that about this school, and the leadership is great there. Are there any other Commissioner Roberts? Her hands up. Okay, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only additional point that I would like to add, and I mentioned it during the work session last month, is Henderson Hopkins has shown a lot of success in the area of student achievement. And I'm not particularly sure if this needs to be listed as a conditional, but I would love to see intentional collaborative efforts from this school community amongst our larger charter community. It's not remiss on me that there are some substantial student achievement gaps within the larger charter community. And I'm not particularly sure if there are any intentional efforts amongst our charter community to collaborate on successes and within their work. And so I wanted to note that because it's quite obvious in a lot of our schools that in the area of student achievement, there are some schools struggling in that area. And this school has clearly shown that they have success in that area. And I'm not particularly sure what intentional efforts are being exhibited throughout the larger charter community.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. I just asked this question, so I'll ask it publicly about, because I do agree with you about this intentionality of sharing best practices. And Ms. Alvarez, maybe you can help me with this, because I don't know, how can we facilitate that or make that happen? Can you tell a charter to collaborate, or I just don't know enough, so if you could educate me on that.
Yeah, I don't think that that's something that's appropriate for like a condition for a school. So no, I wouldn't tie it to what you're doing here. I will say that schools do collaborate. Like, I know that Henderson Hopkins, especially under Principal Canham's leadership, is very collaborative and does reach out and work with their school communities. The Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools has also done a lot of work to stand up like collaborative practices. So they, through the support of MSDE, received like a grant to be able to stipend schools that have exceptional practices in coaching other schools. So that stuff is happening. It's happening. City Neighbors, that we talked about later, has Mike is going to kill me. I think it's 20 years. I mean, they've been doing this for a long. I don't know what the length. 10 years. It's been a long time. They have a progressive summit that they do on an annual basis, and been doing it for a sustained time, where they bring in people across the city from different school types. So not just in our public schools, but also I think private schools are part of that work that they do. They do a lot of intentional partnerships there. As well as bringing in people from other places to, again, share best practices. So there is a lot of collaboration that's happening among schools. And we can share more about that when we do the IHBJ compliance report that'll come to the board later in the spring.
Okay, thank you so much, Angela, for helping me to understand that. I want to move to Commissioner Chenya.
If I could if my mask were down, you would see a big smile, because I will just, as the historian, and just to let you know that at one time our system actually did a best practices event every year and had our schools to really write up some of their strategies and share them. And it was a wonderful thing. So if it's possible to try again whenever we can be in person to do that kind of thing, that would be great for both the charter as well as the traditional schools. There are good things happening that people just need to have an opportunity to see more of.
I would love that. That's great. Thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chenya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes, 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
The next school for renewal consideration this evening is the Frederick Elementary School. This school is operated by the Baltimore Curriculum Project Incorporated and is being recommended for a 3-year renewal. It is a charter school serving students in grades kindergarten through 5. For the audit, content, and internal controls component, they received a meets expectations rating. For effective programming for students with disabilities and operator capacity, they were rated developing. They received a highly effective rating when it comes to strategic leadership and governance, and an effective rating when it comes to overall academics. I would like to note that because of Frederick Elementary's recent conversion to charter status in 2017 and the modifications of the operator renewal process for 2021-22, the school actually has limited academic data available and therefore did not have park trend or growth ratings. However, when we look at their absolute performance, we noted that they were highly effective when it comes to their park ELA grade 3 to 5 performance, and noting that they were at the top in their economic disadvantage group. So they were number 1 at the 100th percentile within that group. Also within their peer group, they were the 100th percentile when it comes to math in that same grade band. When it comes to their fidelity to charter and application overall rating, they were rated effective. And again, that considers the extent to which the school has fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data and school demand. When it comes to their developing rating and programming for students with disabilities, again, this particular component takes a look at a school's practices and procedures when it comes to provision of services for students with disabilities and whether or not those students are exhibiting a trajectory for growth and achievement. They received that highly effective rating in strategic leadership and governance based on their school effectiveness review. And that looks again at the school setting and progress towards student achievement goals, their allocation of resources towards those goals, and operators' oversight of the school. Excuse me. Strategies such as strong messaging around the school's core values and expectations, along with the successful implementation of the Maryland Turnaround Principles model, which was adopted based on the school's status as a school improvement grant recipient from the Maryland State Department of Education, has actually allowed the school to successfully integrate 2 school communities from Frederick as well as Samuel Morse Elementary and establish a very strong school culture in the new school. The school also has strong data collection and analysis practices and is seeing improvement when it comes to student performance, as we've noted, moving from being one of the worst performing schools at the time of their conversion to a charter to now being the top performing school within their economic disadvantage group. Again, looking at their absolute park performance. However, we do note that the school still has challenges to address, particularly in the areas of suspensions, attendance, and chronic absence. And while the data is starting to improve in these areas, we do recognize that further work is needed.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the Baltimore Curriculum Project, Inc. to operate Frederick Elementary School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
Heartily concur with the recommendation as stated. I heartily concur with the recommendation as stated.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools' work session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJRA, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Commissioner Griffin first, so thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
The next school is Furman L. Templeton Preparatory Academy, which is operated by the F.L. Templeton Preparatory Academy Incorporated. This school is recommended for a 3-year renewal. It is a charter serving students in grades kindergarten through 5th. In terms of their ratings, there was an updated rating for the audit content and internal controls. They are now receiving a meets expectations rating based on the additional information that was provided by the operator. They received effective ratings in the areas of effective programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, and strategic leadership and governance. And for overall academics, they received a developing rating. In terms of their programming for students with disabilities, again, this looks at a school's practices and procedures as it relates to provision of services to students with disabilities and whether those students are exhibiting a trajectory for growth and achievement. When we look at their park growth, we see that there are changes over time, which allows them to be rated as effective. When we look at their elementary grades, so they were in the 66th percentile when it comes to their English language arts, and then they were not effective when it comes to math, rating in the 31st percentile. When it comes to fidelity to charter and application overall, they received a developing rating. And again, this looks at the extent to which the school has fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and student choice data and school demand. Some of the steps that the school has taken to improve student performance include ongoing professional learning for teachers in their learning data cycle, the establishment of academic leads to assist grade level teachers in adjusting practice, and the use of interventions such as FEV tutors and Saturday school. In effective programming for students with disabilities, we see that the school has seen gains in both climate and some of their mean scale academic measures. An audit of school practices that was conducted by the Office of Special Education showed that the school has strong practices in place that ensure students with disabilities are receiving the appropriate instruction and services, and that 100% of the school's students with disabilities were receiving their proper services.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the content of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the F.L. Templeton Preparatory Academy, Inc. to operate F.L. Templeton Preparatory Academy be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated. Do any commissioners have questions or comments regarding this recommendation? Is there a motion?
Richardson, I just want to quickly state that, if it's okay, just want to quickly state that, of course, again, yes, there are areas to grow and improve, but based on what we heard, there are systems in place at Furman that hopefully will address these academic concerns, particularly that were noted tonight. However, I do want to just, just let the board know and remind the board that Furman L. Templeton is an anchor in Central 21217. And as a school that I've visited several times and partnered with their students and the community comes together so beautifully at that school. And so with the additional supports that we heard tonight that are in place for those young people and for the staff, hopefully, I'm fairly confident in the staff that's there in the school and the entire community that wraps around those young people there. It's really beautiful to see. And if you all ever get a chance to stop by Furman, it's just a great community school. So I'm really hoping that with those supports, in addition to the community support and engagement, that we will see some trends upward in the area of academic performance.
Thank you so much, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the content of the official record, the factors listed in policy IHBJ and the administrative regulation IHBJRA, including section 3.K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Chinya.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. The motion passes, 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to staff.
Okay, the next school we're going to be looking at is the Green School of Baltimore, operated by Experiential Environmental Education. It is an elementary charter, and the recommendation is for a 3-year renewal. The school was rated meets expectations in audit content and internal controls, effective in programming for students with disabilities and in operator capacity, highly effective in strategic leadership and governance, and effective in academics overall. The school is rated effective in PARC growth, which assesses changes in student achievement over time, in ELA 3 through 5 in the 66th percentile overall, and highly effective in math 3 through 5 in the 89th percentile. The school is rated highly effective in strategic leadership and governance from the School Effectiveness Review, which evaluates a school's setting and progress towards student achievement goals, allocation of resources towards goals, and operators' oversight of the school. And the school is rated developing and effective programming for all student racial ethnic groups, which considers whether a school has varied instructional approaches and practices in place that have provided quality programming for all student racial ethnic groups. The school must still focus on raising achievement of all student groups while continuing to work to reduce and eliminate gaps in performance, but the school has made significant progress in examining practices and implementing improved programming in this area since its last renewal. Specifically, the school has implemented an anti-bias framework to guide instruction at all grade levels, and attention to performance of different demographic groups is evident through the data cycle used by the school. School also uses responses to intervention approach to ensure that all students have access to grade level appropriate instruction while also receiving interventions to address any areas where they need more intensive support. The school is also working to diversify its teachers and staff and is participating in professional development on culturally responsive and anti-racist teaching strategies. Since the school was started, this increased focus on ensuring equitable instruction across racial groups. The achievement of Black students saw gains in both ELA and math. The school has implemented strong data and instructional strategies for students with disabilities, which has led to increasing student performance from 2017 to 2019. In addition, an audit of school practices conducted by the Office of Special Education showed that the school had strong practices in place that ensure students with disabilities are receiving appropriate instruction and services.
And therefore, in accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session, and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Experiential Environmental Education, Inc. to operate the Green School of Baltimore be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I happily concur with the recommendation as stated.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from the board?
Just that I think that it's always wonderful to see such great news about a school and its progress. And kudos to the Green School of Baltimore for all the hard work. I know they had to start somewhere and overcome challenges, and to see them at this point is great.
I agree completely with that. Is there a motion?
Yeah. I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and IHB and administrative regulation IHBJRA, including section 3.K of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendations as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. The motion passes, 8 in favor with 1 absent. Back to the staff.
So next is Independent School Local 1 High. It's operated by the Baltimore Teacher Network, Inc. The recommendations for a 3-year renewal. They're a high school. They were rated developing in audit, content, internal controls, effective programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, strategic leadership and governance from the SCR, and not effective in overall academics. Not effective, in particular, they were not effective in the 4-year cohort graduation rate, with a 3-year average of a 58% of students graduating on time. The 4-year cohort grad rate declined from 68.4% in 2019 to 40% in 2020. They were rated not effective in college and career readiness, which considers participation and success in career and college indicators, such as the SAT, advanced placement, and career and technical education, as well as college enrollment. They were rated not effective in absolute performance on PARCC ELA 10th, being in the 17th percentile of its economic disadvantaged group. And similarly, the same rating and the same percentile of 17th percentile for Algebra 1 for that economic disadvantaged group. They were rated developing in fidelity to charter / overall application, which considers the extent the school is fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand the mission, and school understands to address its challenges in data, particularly in the areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rate, attrition, and school student choice data / school demand. Despite college and career readiness being a major area of concern for the school in its prior renewal, the school still does not offer any AP courses, does not have any career technical education pathways, and does not offer dual enrollment options for students. 73.9% of students participated in the SAT. Across the areas considered in this measure, the school had a 0% success rate. Independence indicates that they are planning, and I guess did this year add a career and technical, they have not yet this year, sorry. That they're planning to add a career and technical education programming to improve student readiness for college and career, but it's not clear how close the school is to implementing such a program. And the school has been without CTE programming during the entire course of the current contract. The school has had some success with attendance and chronic absence for students with disabilities, with attendance of these students being higher and chronic absence being lower than both the district average for general education and for general education students at the school in the last year of review. The school's academic performance for students with disabilities does not show a clear trajectory for growth. An audit of school practices conducted by the Office of Special Education showed that half of all students sampled required FAPE or free and public education meetings to resolve issues that led to students with disabilities not receiving the full services required by their IEPs. And so in accordance with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the content of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the Baltimore Teacher Network, Inc. to operate Independent School Local 1I be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation? Commissioner Chenya?
I have several major concerns, and I can remember the last renewal when I think we put some conditions here, and quite frankly, I don't see fruition of any of that. I'm extremely concerned that 50% of students with IEPs had to have hearings because of not being in compliance. So this really concerns me. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Any other comments?
I just echo those concerns, and a lot of the same things came up for me when I was looking at some of the data that was shared with us in the report. And I did also notice, and thank you so much to staff for putting together those binders. Know that they're being used, but being able to look back and see some of the historical record of what was requested and how many times they have been renewed or given conditional renewals. Really does factor a lot into thinking like, where is the improvement in the practices that are being put in place to help support student achievement, but also a good culture and climate that is effective for our students, especially thinking about our students with disabilities. I want to make sure that they're being serviced properly as well. So I have a lot of concerns with the school.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Roberts?
Ms. Alvarez's hand was raised before mine.
Oh, apologies, Ms. Alvarez.
No worries. I just want to clarify something for the record. So the OSEMIC review, the Office of Special Education review, looks at a sampling of students. So it's not the case that 50% of all students with IEPs needed FAPE readings, FAPE meetings. It's that of that sample, it required half of the people in the sample to get FAPE meetings. So I just want to be very clear about what that finding is. That is still a finding, but it's not the same thing as what's stated. So I just want to clarify that on the record.
I just have to say, given that this is not a large population, that's still disturbing. That of the review, that 50% would have some issues. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adding on to Commissioner Griffin and Commissioner Chenya's points around special education, I also wanted to note for the record that the lack of implementation of the CTE program was very influential in my decision tonight. I think that having such a small student population also limits this school community from offering any additional advanced courses. So hypothetically for students considering transferring amongst the district, that would be very limiting for students. But really for me would be the failure. Someone not muted. You all hear that? Yeah. Thank you. Really for me tonight, it would be around the failure to implement and upstand a solid CTE program over the course of a number of years and not just this one renewal cycle. In addition to that, it would be the graduation rates, which are very concerning as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, comments? Is there a motion for this recommendation?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools' work session and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.k of the policy, provided that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board defer the CEO's recommendation until the February 8th, 2022 board meeting for further study and consideration at the meeting whether instead the board should non-renew the contract and close the school at the end of the 2021-22 school year.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second,
Thank you,
Reed.
Commissioner. Okay, I heard Commissioner Chinya first, Commissioner Reed, but thank you, Commissioner Chinya. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yeah.
and I am in favor. That is 7 in favor with 1 abstention and 1 absent. The motion passes. Back to staff.
So next is Southwest, and the final school for tonight is Southwest Baltimore Charter School. They are operated by Southwest Baltimore Charter School, Inc. They serve students in grades K through 8. They met expectations in the audit, content, and internal controls. They were rated effective in effective programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, strategic leadership and governance, and then developing overall in academics. Of particular note, they were highly effective in PARC growth, which assesses the change in student achievement over time. In their ELA for middle grades, in the 90, with students being in the 93rd percentile overall. They were effective in middle grades math in the 75th percentile. However, they were not effective in English language arts for elementary, being in the 24th percentile and 50th percentile for math for elementary. They were effective in absolute performance on PARC for middle grades ELA, being in the 69th percentile of their economic disadvantage group, as well as in math, where they were in the 65th percentile of the economic disadvantage group. They were not effective, similarly, in the elementary grades for ELA, being in the 31st percentile for that economic disadvantage group, and 46th percentile for math in their middle grades group, respectively. I think that's a typo. I think it should say elementary grades. Sorry. Effective in programming for, Trevor, can you check that and confirm that so I can correct that on the record? They were effective in programming for students with disabilities, which evaluates the school's practices and procedures and providing services to students with disabilities and whether those students are exhibiting a trajectory for growth and achievement. They were developing a fidelity to charter application overall, which considers the extent the school has fully implemented its mission, stakeholders understand that mission, and that the school understands and addresses challenges in its data, particularly in areas of enrollment, student attendance, dropout rates, attrition, and school demands. The academic performance pattern seen in the school's last renewal, in which the school shows strong elementary grades instead of middle. In the current renewal, school is only recently implementing a maximized learning model over the upcoming years, despite elementary being an area of improvement in the past. They're utilizing a strong practice of student learning data cycle to inform practice. And so that use of that is an area the school must focus on so that, sorry, let me say that over. The utilization of a student learning data cycle to inform practice is an area that the school must focus on so they can provide a comprehensive focus on improvement at all grade levels. The school describes practices in tracking academic and climate data and has shown positive results in some areas, such as a low suspension rate. In other areas, such as attendance and chronic absence, the performance hovers near the district average. For middle grades, there are improvements in comparison to the average, especially in chronic absence, where the school has a 18.5% chronic absence rate in 2019-20, compared to the district average middle grade chronic absence rate of 29.3% for that year. The school is on a trajectory for growth for students with disabilities in climate areas such as attendance, chronic absence, and suspensions. Academic performance of students with disabilities is mostly above the district average. The no elementary students score proficient in the most recent year for which the data is available, which is an area for growth for the school. An audit of school practices conducted by the Office of Special Education showed the school has strong practices in place that ensure students with disabilities are receiving appropriate instruction and services. And thus, with the charter school policy and law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Southwest Baltimore Charter School, Inc. to operate Southwest Baltimore Charter School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from the board?
I just want to, briefly say again that it's clear that the school is making progress. So I just want to make sure that we note that. It seems like there's great leadership at the school, an infectious, positive energy that principal has at that school. And I think with that leadership, we should be able to see some growth, because I don't think that that particular school leader and that team has been there for the full duration of this particular review. So I just wanted to note that. I know that when we visit the school, the different comments from the community, we do hear a lot of positive things. And thank you, Ms. Alvarez, for reminding us of a lot of that growth. So I just want to shout out the school, the team in that particular community for the improvements that they're doing. But certainly there are areas for growth as we continue to reiterate that we also need to be serious about focusing on to raise achievement for our young people.
Thank you so much, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
Before you do that motion, sorry, Chair Richardson, can I just correct that there's a typo on the slide. I just want to say it correctly in the record before you vote. And so they're not effective in the absolute performance, the second bullet. They're not effective in the ELA, and being in that 31st percentile for elementary grades, in both ELA and in math being in the 46th percentile. So it should say math elementary. So that's just a typo. So apologize for that.
So excuse me, Chair.
Sure.
So you're saying math 6 through 8, so it should be 3 through 5?
Yeah. At the end of that bullet, of the second bullet, where it says math, you'll see math is listed twice, but the second time you see math is elementary.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at operator run schools work session and public hearings, the content of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chenya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin? Yes. Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. This motion passes 8 in favor with 1 absent. I want to personally thank the
Madam
staff.
Chair, before you continue,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to beg the apology of the board and the community and ask to amend my vote. In my notes for how I was going to vote, I transposed the two city neighbors. I need to change my vote to approval of the secondary schools renewal and abstaining from the elementary school from City Neighbors Hamilton. I apologize to my colleagues and their community on that one.
So I just want to be clear, the school that Morgan is working with is the elementary school?
Is Hamilton, yes. Yes, and I apologize. I was just reading on my notes and had them switched.
How do we do that? Okay, we'll have, Christian is going to have the record reflect that. Thank you for correcting that, Commissioner
Thank you, and
James.
sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get it out in the right order before we moved agenda items.
Awesome, it's okay. I just want to again thank the staff. This is a heavy lift, and we were well taken care of in terms of all of the site visits to the schools and all of the materials that were provided to us. So I just want to thank the staff. I also want to thank my fellow board commissioners for taking the time, visiting the schools, having conversations with school leaders and community members. As we have always said, this isn't easy, but it is a part of the work that we've been assigned to do. And so, we want to just thank everybody who participated in this process with us. We are at item 9.01 in the agenda, and what we're going to do is delay that for a future meeting. Angela, you have a question?
Sorry, just a couple of notes just for the good of the public, for people that are listening. So there were two schools where the vote has been deferred, so staff will follow up with you on what that means and what that will look like tomorrow. So just look for details. So that was for Creative City and Independence. So we will be in contact with you. So I just wanted to make sure that we said that on the record. Additionally, you notice that we talked about the schools serving students in grades K through 8. That's from a contract perspective. So there are some of these schools that serve pre-K grades, but pre-K is controlled by the district. It's just a technical thing. So that's why we didn't mention that on the record. So Baltimore Montessori, Bel Air, Edison, City Springs, Elmore, Henderson, Frederick, and Furman all have pre-K as well, but it's not part of their contract. So I just want that to be really clear on the record too. Sorry. Thank you.
Angela, is that every single thing you have to say tonight?
on this agenda item, yes.
Okay. All right. So like I was saying, we're going to delay 9.01, which is the policy FFA renaming a school facility policy to a future meeting. So this, we have our upcoming meetings. Can you read those for me?
Wrong button. Operations Committee is scheduled to meet on Tuesday, January 18th, 10:30 a.m. Policy Committee will meet that same day at 3:30 p.m. This is important, not that all things aren't important, but our Winter Board Parent and Family Forum is coming up on Tuesday, the exact same day as these committee meetings, but it will be held at 6 o'clock. It is virtual. So all of us, colleagues, team members, staff members, folks, stakeholders, parents that are listening, please encourage parents and family members, guardians, to chime into that virtual hearing on the 6th, because certainly City Schools wants to hear more and lift the voices of our parents, our families, and our stakeholders. So that is Tuesday the 18th at 6 o'clock. It is virtual. Next exec session is Tuesday, January 25th at 3 o'clock. Public board meeting is on that same day, Tuesday, January 25th at 5 p.m. And the Teaching and Learning Committee will meet on Tuesday, February 1st at 3:30.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. I know we are all in favor. So thank you all for hanging out with us this late tonight. Thank you to the public, and we will see you again in our future meetings. Good night.
All right.